Hello, dear friends. Welcome back to Sleepy Whisper. Tonight, before we begin, I invite you to set your volume to a gentle level, close your eyes, and rest quietly. Let the world outside fade away, and allow your mind to drift softly toward sleep. This will be the first story in our series of boring history for sleep. Together, we'll explore the engineering of ancient dams. If you enjoy these quiet journeys into the past, please remember to like this video and subscribe, so you'll always have a calm story waiting for you at bedtime. Now, let us begin. Under the quiet night sky, as you lie still and let your mind settle, we begin our slow journey into the past with the first story in this series of boring history for sleep. The theme is the engineering of ancient dams, a subject that might sound simple at first, but holds layers of patient work, practical wisdom, and steady progress. These structures were built not for excitement, but for survival, for the steady control of water and the quiet rhythm of daily life. Long before modern machines and precise measuring tools, communities across the ancient world found ways to shape rivers, streams, and valleys to serve their needs. They needed water for crops, for animals, for people, and they needed protection from floods that could sweep away homes and fields. The earliest dams were simple earthworks, built by piling soil and stones across a narrow stream. These basic barriers were fragile, yet they marked the beginning of human attempts to tame nature with persistence rather than strength. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, farmers depended on the seasonal flooding of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, but floods could be unpredictable. To secure a steady supply, people created irrigation canals and rudimentary dams that held water back during high flows and released it during dry seasons. The idea was not to stop the river entirely, but to guide it gently, storing a little here and releasing a little there, so that crops could grow in a controlled rhythm. In Egypt, similar needs arose. The Nile's flooding was central to life, bringing rich silt that renewed the soil, yet villages also needed protection from excess. Dams and reservoirs were built with layers of mud, stone, and timber. One of the oldest known dams, the Sad el-Kafara, near modern Cairo, was built more than 4,000 years ago. Though it eventually failed due to an extraordinary flood, its scale showed the ambition of ancient engineers. They stacked huge blocks of stone, shaped the embankment with care, and attempted to control a valley that had once been wild. Even in failure, such works taught valuable lessons. Further east, in ancient Persia, water management reached new levels of sophistication. The Persians built diversion dams across rivers to feed their qanat systems, underground channels that carried water to dry lands. These dams were often made of stone and mortar, with spillways to release excess water, an early understanding of hydraulic pressure and balance. Each design reflected a careful observation of the local environment. Builders did not rush, but adapted slowly, learning how water moved, how soil shifted, how materials held together. In India, too, ancient communities constructed large tanks and reservoirs supported by stone dams. Some of these, like those in South India, became the heart of regional economies, sustaining agriculture through monsoon cycles. The philosophy was never dramatic. It was steady and practical. Generations lived around these waters, planting, harvesting, drinking, and quietly repairing the walls when cracks appeared. Across the Mediterranean, the Romans later refined dam engineering to an art. Their understanding of concrete allowed them to build more permanent structures. The Romans constructed gravity dams, where the sheer weight of the wall resisted the pressure of water. They added arches and buttresses, shaping dams into forms that could last for centuries. Some of these Roman dams still stand today, their weathered stones a reminder of careful planning and craftsmanship. Yet what is most striking about all of these ancient efforts is not the size or grandeur, but the patience. Dams were not rushed projects. They often took years, even decades, of small additions. Each generation contributed, patching, reinforcing, adding stones, making sure the water still flowed in a controlled way. The goal was not mastery over nature in the modern sense, but cooperation with it, working alongside the river's rhythms. Imagine for a moment an ancient village near one of these dams. The air is warm, tools are simple, and workers gather with baskets of soil and stone. They pass each load by hand, one person to the next, until the embankment grows slowly higher. Children play nearby, elders watch the water level, and the structure becomes part of community life. The dam is not just an engineering work, it is a shared effort, a bond across the village. People understand that their survival depends on this quiet wall of earth and rock, and so they maintain it with respect. As centuries passed, these practices spread from the valleys of the Near East to the mountains of Asia to the deserts of Africa and beyond. Each place had its own needs, and each solution reflected the same principle. Water must be managed gently, steadily, and with care. The engineering of ancient dams is less about sudden breakthroughs and more about continuity, about small adjustments made by observant people who lived close to the land. Today, when we see the remains of these dams, often half-buried and weathered, we may not think much of them. They are not majestic like temples or dramatic like palaces, yet they tell a story of quiet resilience, of ordinary people using limited means to build something lasting. These walls of stone and earth held back not just water, but uncertainty. They gave stability in a world that was often harsh, creating the conditions for families to rest, for crops to grow, for life to follow a steady course. And so, as you lie here in the stillness, you might think of those ancient workers, moving patiently in the sun, stacking stones, pressing mud, checking for leaks. Their rhythm was slow, their purpose was steady, and their work was meant not to amaze, but to endure. This is the calm history of ancient dams. The first of many stories we will wander through together gently as you drift toward sleep. As we move deeper into this quiet exploration of the engineering of ancient dams, let us picture the broader landscapes where these works of patience were built. Rivers in the ancient world were not simply bodies of water. They were the pulse of civilization, the silent companions of villages, farms, and kingdoms. To control even a portion of their flow required not only skill, but also trust. For water could be both a giver of life and a destroyer of homes. In the wide valleys of Mesopotamia, the land was flat and fertile but also fragile. Irrigation canals stretched like veins across the countryside, and dams were used to hold water long enough to distribute it evenly across fields. These dams were often constructed of mud bricks baked by the sun, layered in patterns to resist erosion. Though such materials might seem weak compared to stone or concrete, they were abundant, and when maintained with regular care, they could last for generations. The process was as much about community discipline as about technical design. People gathered season after season to patch leaks, reinforce embankments, and keep the water moving smoothly. Their knowledge was not written in scientific manuals, but in shared memory, passed down by elders who observed the seasons and knew the rhythm of the floods. In Egypt, the Nile continued to shape the destiny of millions. Farmers depended on its floodwaters, but there was always a fine balance between too much and too little. One of the fascinating aspects of Egyptian dam building was the use of natural materials combined with deliberate design. Large rocks were hauled from nearby quarries, set in place to form sturdy foundations, and then bound with mud and timber to hold everything together. The Sad el Kafara Dam, though it ultimately failed, revealed remarkable ambition. It stretched more than 100 meters long and was built with an outer layer of cut stone blocks, filled inside with gravel and rubble. Its collapse was not simply a failure of design, but also a reminder of nature's unpredictability. A rare and extraordinary flood exceeded all expectations, overwhelming the structure. Yet even in collapse, this dam left behind lessons that influenced later efforts. Ancient Persia offers another perspective. The Persians were masters of adaptation, using their knowledge of geography to direct water across dry plains. Their diversion dams were often angled diagonally across rivers, redirecting water into man-made channels. These channels connected to qanats, underground aqueducts that carried water to villages miles away. Such systems required remarkable foresight, for a miscalculation in slope or structure could cause water to stagnate or vanish into the sand. Engineers in Persia developed a quiet art of balance, measuring the land with simple tools and guiding water through the hidden earth. It was less about conquering nature and more about cooperation, a slow dialogue between human need and the flow of rivers. In India, the tradition of dam building intertwined with cultural and spiritual life. Large reservoirs known as tanks became central to both agriculture and community gathering. Some of these tanks were supported by massive stone dams, carefully fitted together without mortar. The stones were shaped to interlock, resisting the pressure of water through sheer weight and alignment. Around these tanks, life flourished. Villagers drew water, performed rituals, and held festivals. The engineering of the dam was never separated from the rhythm of society. It was woven into the life of the people. In the Mediterranean world, particularly under Roman influence, dam construction reached a new level of permanence. Roman engineers understood that the stability of a dam lay in its ability to withstand constant pressure. They developed gravity dams, where the massive weight of the wall itself resisted the push of water. They also introduced the use of pozzolanic concrete, a volcanic ash mixture that hardened even underwater. This allowed dams to be built with stronger cores and more durable foundations. Roman dams often included spillways and sluice gates, features designed to control overflow and reduce the risk of collapse. The fact that many Roman dams remain standing today is a testament to their design, a silent endurance that has outlived empires. Yet the common thread across all these civilizations was patience. No dam was built in a single rush of activity. Construction stretched across seasons, sometimes across generations. Workers learned by observing how water seeped, how soil shifted, how stones settled. They responded with small adjustments, reinforcing weak spots, adding buttresses, digging new channels. Every repair was a lesson, every failure an education. The story of ancient dams is not a tale of sudden triumphs, but of gradual mastery, gained slowly and humbly. Imagine the scene at one of these sites. The sun rises, casting light across the valley. Men and women walk from their homes carrying baskets, tools, and food for the day. Children follow, watching the elders place stones and press clay. The air is filled not with noise, but with the steady rhythm of work, the scrape of stone against stone, the splash of water against embankments, the murmur of voices passing instructions. In such quiet labor, an entire community's future was shaped. These ancient dams rarely made history in the dramatic sense. They were not monuments to kings or temples to gods, yet they were just as important, for they sustained life in practical and enduring ways. They were symbols of trust in the future, proof that ordinary people could shape their environment with patience and care. Even now, when we stand before the remains of such dams, we can sense that same persistence, that same slow dialogue between humanity and water. And so, as you rest in silence, you may imagine these ancient landscapes, the slow rising of walls against the flow of rivers, the generations that built and rebuilt, the quiet confidence that their effort, though modest, would hold. This is the story of ancient dams, not exciting, not dramatic, but steady and enduring. A history told in earth and stone, meant to last through time, just as your mind drifts gently into the rhythm of sleep. As we continue drifting through the long story of ancient dams, let us pause to look more closely at the methods and materials that ancient builders used. These structures, though simple compared to modern engineering, reveal remarkable ingenuity. Without steel, without modern cement, and without heavy machinery, people worked with what they had: earth, stone, timber, and the quiet strength of human hands. The most basic form of dam was the earthen embankment. Builders piled soil across a stream, compacting it layer by layer, often reinforced with brushwood or stone to slow erosion. Such dams could be surprisingly effective, especially in small valleys where the flow is modest. Maintenance was constant, for rains and floods could wash away parts of the embankment, but communities learned to patch them quickly. The reliability of such dams depended less on perfection and more on vigilance. People had to be watchful, ready to mend cracks before they grew into breaches. In some regions, particularly in Mesopotamia and Egypt, mud brick became the favored material. Sun-dried bricks, arranged in interlocking patterns, created barriers that were stronger than loose soil. Builders often covered the outer surfaces with a layer of clay to make them more resistant to water. Though fragile compared to stone, mud brick was abundant and easy to replace, making it practical for societies that valued continuous upkeep. Stone, however, offered a more enduring solution. Where quarries were nearby, ancient builders cut large blocks and fitted them together with remarkable precision. Some dams were constructed entirely of stone, while others used stone as a protective shell around a core of earth or rubble. This method combined strength with flexibility, allowing the dam to resist both pressure and erosion. Timber also played a role, especially in reinforcing the structure. Wooden beams driven into the ground served as anchors, while planks were sometimes used to line channels or spillways. Over time, these timbers decayed and had to be replaced, but their presence was crucial in stabilizing certain designs. The combination of stone, earth, and timber reflected a philosophy of balance, using each material where it was most effective. Beyond materials, design was critical. The shape of the dam determined its strength. Simple embankments were often sloped gently on the downstream side, so the pressure of water was distributed across a broader base. Later builders discovered that curving a dam slightly upstream allowed the water's force to push the structure into the valley sides, adding stability. This principle of the arch, refined much later by the Romans, had its beginnings in the quiet observations of early builders who noticed how curved walls held better than straight ones. Spillways were another vital feature. Without a way to release excess water, dams were vulnerable to sudden floods that could overtop and destroy them. Ancient engineers learned to cut channels or add gates that diverted water safely around the structure. These spillways were often simple grooves lined with stone, yet they made the difference between durability and disaster. In Persia, some dams included sluice gates made of wood, lifted by hand to control the flow into canals. Such devices required both engineering and discipline, for misuse could cause shortages or floods downstream. The scale of ancient dams varied greatly. Some were only a few meters high, serving small villages. Others reached impressive sizes, capable of storing vast amounts of water. The Marib Dam in Yemen, one of the most remarkable ancient dams, stood 15 meters high and spanned nearly 600 meters. Built more than 2,000 years ago, it supported agriculture in the Arabian desert by controlling seasonal floods and distributing water through a complex canal system. The Marib Dam demonstrates how dam building was not only about storing water, but also about managing it with precision, ensuring that every drop reached the right place at the right time. Similarly, in India, the Grand Anakut, built across the Kaveri River in Tamil Nadu, stretched nearly 300 meters and was constructed of stone more than 1,800 years ago. Designed to divert water for irrigation, it still functions in some form today, a quiet witness to the endurance of ancient engineering. These large-scale works remind us that dam building was not confined to small communities. It was often central to entire kingdoms. Rulers invested in these projects because they understood that water meant stability, prosperity, and power. Yet even at such scales, the principles remain the same. Use available materials wisely, shape the dam to resist pressure, provide outlets for excess water, and maintain it constantly. What is striking in all of this is how much ancient dam engineering depended on observation rather than calculation. Builders did not have modern mathematics or hydraulic models, but they watched, year after year, how water flowed, how soil settled, how walls cracked. They learned through trial and error, and each generation added its lessons to the next. A collapsed dam was not the end but a teacher, showing where the design had been too weak or the foundation too soft. Over time, these observations became traditions, guiding builders with unwritten rules that worked more often than they failed. Imagine again the life around these dams. Villagers waking in the early dawn to walk along the embankments, checking for signs of leakage. Children playing near the spillways, learning instinctively the importance of water. Elders recalling floods of decades past, warning the young about the dangers of neglect. The dam was never just a structure. It was part of the community's memory, a presence as constant as the river itself. Today, when archaeologists uncover the remnants of these ancient dams, they often find not just walls of stone, but traces of repair, layers of rebuilding, evidence of centuries of quiet care. Each patch tells a story of resilience. Each stone placed by unknown hands centuries ago still whispers of their effort. These ancient dams were not designed to impress or to dominate. They were built to endure, to blend into the rhythm of life, and to provide stability in an uncertain world. And so, as we continue this slow journey, we see that the engineering of ancient dams was less about grand innovation and more about steady wisdom. Theirs was a history written not in sudden discoveries, but in the long patience of communities who shaped the land gently, carefully, and with respect for the flow of water. It is a story best told slowly, like the quiet unfolding of a stream, as you let your mind drift deeper into calm rest. As we drift further into the long story of ancient dams, it becomes clear that these structures were not simply technical projects, but reflections of the societies that built them. Each culture shaped its dams according to local needs, local materials, and local traditions, creating a mosaic of approaches that stretched from the river valleys of Mesopotamia to the mountains of South Asia and beyond. If we look closely, we can see how these differences reveal deeper truths about how ancient people understood their relationship with water and with the land. In Mesopotamia, for example, the challenge was one of extremes. The rivers brought both fertility and destruction, and so dams were built not to store vast lakes, but to guide and restrain the flow in careful patterns. Canals branched out from diversion dams, carrying water to fields in a controlled rhythm. These were not monumental structures, but practical barriers, modest in height, yet crucial in purpose. The success of Mesopotamian agriculture for centuries depended less on the size of its dams and more on the discipline of maintaining them. Egypt, by contrast, developed a unique reliance on the annual flooding of the Nile. Dams here were often part of larger systems of basins designed to capture floodwaters and release them slowly across the farmlands. The Sad el-Kafara, though it failed, showed that Egyptians were willing to experiment with large-scale embankments, using stone in combination with rubble and earth. Even when a dam collapsed, the idea did not vanish, for each effort added to the gradual pool of knowledge. In Persia, the story took another form. The land was drier, the rivers smaller, and the problem was not excessive flooding, but scarcity. Here, diversion dams became lifelines, directing precious water into qanats that carried it silently underground to distant fields. This system required not only engineering, but also careful cooperation, for the maintenance of qanats and dams depended on shared responsibility across entire communities. In India, dams often became centers of both agriculture and culture. Large tanks supported by stone dams provided irrigation during monsoon cycles, but also served as places of gathering, ritual, and reflection. Their presence was not only practical, but spiritual, embodying the idea that water was both a necessity and a sacred gift. The Grand Anicut, built more than 1,000 years ago, exemplifies this blending of utility and reverence, a structure that managed rivers while also shaping the life of villages around it. Moving westward, the Romans pushed dam building to a scale that remains impressive even today. Their gravity dams and concrete cores demonstrated a new level of permanence, designed not merely to meet seasonal needs, but to endure across centuries. Roman engineers calculated slopes, built spillways, and even created multiple stages of outlets to regulate pressure. Unlike earlier societies that relied mainly on observation, the Romans combined experience with measurement, bringing geometry and design together. Their dams became parts of aqueduct systems, feeding growing cities with a steady supply of water. What connects all of these examples, however, is the quiet persistence of human effort. No matter the culture, dam building was never a one-time achievement. It was a cycle of construction, maintenance, repair, and renewal. Generations returned to the same walls, patching leaks, adding stones, digging new channels, and slowly improving what had been left by their ancestors. The dam was less a monument than a living companion, an evolving presence in the daily life of a community. We must also consider the failures, for they tell us as much as the successes. When a dam burst, it could cause terrible destruction, sweeping away homes, animals, and crops. Yet these failures did not stop people from trying again. Instead, they became lessons, reminders that nature could never be fully controlled. Each collapse added to the collective wisdom. Foundations had to be deeper, spillways had to be wider, embankments had to be sloped more gently. Over centuries, such lessons created traditions of cautious design, where the goal was not to dominate, but to cooperate with the unpredictable force of water. Imagine again the atmosphere around an ancient dam in use. Farmers walk the embankments at dawn, checking for small leaks. A group of workers gathers at the spillway, clearing debris that might block the flow. Children carry baskets of clay for repairs, while elders sit under shade, recalling the great flood of their youth when the water rose too high. The dam is not separate from life. It is woven into the daily routine, a quiet safeguard that everyone respects. Even rulers understood its importance. Kings and emperors sponsored dam construction not only for practical benefits, but also as symbols of stability. A dam that provided water to fields meant loyalty from the people, for it represented security against hunger. In some cases, inscriptions were carved into stones, praising the generosity of the ruler who built the dam. Yet the true credit belonged to the countless unnamed workers who carried soil, shaped stone, and maintained the walls year after year. When archaeologists study these dams today, they often uncover layers of rebuilding, each layer telling of a different generation. One layer might show mud brick, another layer stone, another timber reinforcement, all stacked over centuries of use. These traces reveal not dramatic change, but slow continuity, the long patience of societies that worked with what they had. To modern eyes, these dams may seem plain, even unimpressive compared to towering monuments or ornate temples. Yet their importance lies in their quiet endurance. They made possible the stability on which civilizations rested. Without them, crops would fail, cities would weaken, and daily life would collapse. With them, water could be trusted, fields could yield, and families could live with a little more certainty. And so, as you let your eyes remain closed and your breathing slow, picture these structures in the landscapes of the past. Picture the earthen embankments stretching across small valleys, the stone walls curving against the pressure of rivers, the spillways guiding water gently to canals. They are not dramatic images, but steady ones, symbols of the ordinary persistence that has always carried humanity forward. This is the calm legacy of ancient dam engineering, quiet yet enduring, a history of patience written in stone, soil, and flowing water. As we continue our slow journey into the quiet history of ancient dams, let us focus more closely on the communities and the daily lives that surrounded these structures. For a dam was never just a wall of stone or earth. It was the center of an entire way of living. When we look at the remains today, we see only fragments of embankments and traces of stonework. But in the time of their use, these dams were alive with activity. The building of a dam was rarely the work of one moment or one ruler alone. It was the effort of entire villages, sometimes even regions, pulling together in cooperation. Imagine the early morning light stretching across the fields of Mesopotamia, where workers gathered at the riverbank with baskets, tools, and the determination to shape the water to their needs. Men carried heavy loads of soil, women pressed clay into cracks. Children fetched water and small stones, and elders offered advice based on memories of floods long past. The air was filled with the quiet sounds of labor, the scrape of stone, the thud of earth falling into place, the murmur of voices guiding one another. Such scenes were repeated year after year, generation after generation, for the dam required constant attention. It was not a monument to be built once and admired, but a living structure that demanded care, like a field that had to be tilled or a herd that had to be fed. The dam's survival depended on vigilance, for water always sought a way through, pressing at weak points, eroding foundations, and testing the patience of its keepers. In Egypt, where the Nile determined the rhythm of existence, dams were linked directly to the cycle of planting and harvest. When the river rose too high, dams and embankments diverted the flood into basins where water could spread out gently and soak into the soil. Villagers would wait for the right moment to open channels, releasing water at just the right pace to nourish the fields without washing them away. This delicate management required not only engineering, but timing and trust. Each decision affected the entire community, and the dam stood at the center of that fragile balance. Failure to maintain it could mean hunger, while careful attention could mean abundance. In Persia, the construction and care of diversion dams connected directly to the survival of villages far away. The Qanat system depended on a steady supply of water, and the small dams that redirected rivers were the first link in that chain. Each stone placed in the river, each timber driven into the soil, was a commitment to life in lands that would otherwise be barren. The responsibility for these dams was shared across generations, with knowledge of angles, slopes, and water flow passed down quietly, without books, through the words and observations of elders who had watched the rivers for decades. In India, the building of dams and tanks was not only an act of survival, but also one of devotion. Reservoirs supported by stone dams became places of gathering, where water was drawn not only for crops, but for rituals and festivals. Life at the edge of these waters carried a spiritual weight, for water was seen as sacred, and the dam that held it was part of that sacred duty. The Grand Anicut across the Kaveri River was not just an engineering marvel, it was a bond between people and land, a visible sign of harmony between human effort and the natural flow of rivers. The Romans, with their sense of permanence, created dams that were meant to last not just for their own lifetimes, but for those of their descendants. A Roman gravity dam was a massive statement of control, yet even these relied on constant watchfulness. Workers were assigned to monitor water levels, open sluice gates, and clear debris from spillways. A Roman dam was not left to stand alone. It was guarded, cared for, and treated as an essential part of civic life. It gave water to aqueducts, supported the baths and fountains of cities, and ensured that fields could be irrigated in distant provinces. In this way, the dam became part of the very identity of Roman order and stability. What unites all these examples is the fact that dams were social as much as they were technical. They taught communities to cooperate, for no single person could build or maintain such a structure alone. They taught patience, for repairs were constant and progress slow. They taught humility, for even the strongest wall could fail under the weight of unexpected floods. Yet they also offered reassurance, a kind of promise that with enough care, the unpredictable force of water could be guided to serve human life. To picture this more clearly, imagine a quiet evening by an ancient dam. The day's work is done, the embankments have been checked, the spillways cleared. Families gather nearby, some fetching water, others resting on the stones warmed by the sun. Children play at the edges of the reservoir, their laughter soft against the hum of insects. The dam itself stands silent, holding back the river with calm strength. It is not glorious, it is not decorated, but it is steady, and in that steadiness lies peace. This is what ancient dams offered, not grandeur, but stability, not excitement, but security. And as we reflect on this, we can see why they endured as central to civilization. They gave shape to human settlements, rhythm to agricultural life, and continuity to generations. They were practical achievements, yet in their persistence, they also became quiet symbols of human resilience. And so, as you listen and drift deeper into calm rest, imagine again those ancient builders, their slow movements, their patient care, and their quiet confidence that what they built, though simple, would endure. These were the dams of the ancient world, companions of rivers, guardians of fields, and silent partners in the long story of human survival. As we continue to wander slowly through the history of ancient dams, it is worth turning our attention to the environment in which these structures were placed, because the land, the rivers, the climate, and the seasons all determine the kind of engineering choices that communities made. A dam was never simply built in isolation. It was always shaped by the geography around it, by the character of the soil, by the rhythm of rainfall, and by the temperament of the river it sought to hold. In fertile valleys like those of Mesopotamia, where rivers swelled unpredictably with floods, the primary concern was protection. The soil was rich but soft, and water spread quickly across the plains, threatening to wash away homes and fields. Here, dams were built low and broad, designed to slow the river rather than stop it, to ease the flood into canals where it could be used more safely. These dams were made of earth reinforced with reeds and brushwood, materials easily gathered and easily replaced, reflecting the practical nature of a society that valued function above permanence. In Egypt, the rhythm was different. The Nile rose in an annual flood that was both feared and welcomed, for it carried the silt that renewed the fields. Egyptian dams, therefore, were not meant to resist the river entirely, but to capture and direct it into basins, releasing the water gently over weeks. These structures were integrated into a larger system of irrigation, and their design mirrored the predictability of the Nile's cycle. Stones were stacked carefully, rubble filled the gaps, and mud plasters sealed the walls, forming barriers that were not massive but reliable enough to guide the sacred flood. In Persia, by contrast, the landscape was dry and often harsh, with rivers that dwindled in summer and ran fierce in spring. The dams here had to serve as diversions, catching the seasonal flows and guiding them into underground channels, the qanats, that carried water silently through arid ground. The builders angled their dams across rivers so that the current pushed into man-made channels, feeding villages many miles away. Stone and mortar formed their foundations, and spillways were carved to release excess flow, for even in dry lands, sudden floods could come. The design reflected a deep knowledge of the land's fragility, an awareness that water was precious and had to be guided with care. India, with its monsoon climate, required yet another approach. Here, rains arrived in torrents, filling reservoirs rapidly, and then leaving months of dryness. Dams were built to hold back this sudden abundance, forming tanks that sustained life through long dry seasons. The materials varied: stone where quarries were near, earth and brick where resources were simpler, but the principle was always to create a dependable store. These tanks often became central to villages, not only for farming but also for rituals and gatherings. A dam in India was therefore not just an engineering structure, but a social and cultural anchor, marking the rhythm of life in harmony with the monsoon. The Romans, who spread their influence across diverse regions, built dams that reflected both local geography and their own ambition for permanence. In hilly regions, they constructed gravity dams with massive stone or concrete walls, wide enough to resist pressure and tall enough to create reservoirs that could feed aqueducts. In flatter lands, they sometimes combined dams with long channels, creating integrated water supply systems. The choice of location was careful: a narrow valley for strength, a stable foundation of rock to prevent seepage, and an outlet to control excess water. Their use of pozzolanic concrete gave them an advantage, allowing dams to resist water pressure with far greater durability than those of earlier cultures. Across all these regions, what stands out is how the environment dictated the form. A dam was always a response, never an imposition. Builders observed the river for years before placing their walls, learning how floods rose, how currents shifted, how soil eroded. They understood that forcing nature rarely worked. Cooperation was wiser. That is why ancient dams often seem modest compared to modern ones. They were shaped to fit, not to conquer. Failures, when they came, were also environmental lessons. A flood too strong could destroy a wall of stone, reminding builders that no structure was permanent. A drought too long could leave reservoirs dry, reminding communities that even the best planning could not guarantee abundance. Yet these lessons were absorbed, shaping the next generation's designs, embedding knowledge in the traditions of builders and farmers alike. Imagine for a moment standing by an ancient dam in such a landscape. The air is heavy with the scent of wet earth after rain, or dry and sharp with dust in summer. The dam itself blends into its surroundings, an embankment that looks like part of the hill, or a wall of stones that seems to rise naturally from the ground. Villagers move quietly along its length, checking the spillways, watching the water gather. There is no sense of grandeur here, no proclamation of power, only a quiet assurance that this structure, simple as it is, will help the community survive another season. These environments gave shape not only to the dams, but to the societies that depended on them. Where rivers were generous, people built to guide abundance. Where rivers were harsh, people built to capture what little could be taken. Where floods were predictable, dams were steady. Where they were chaotic, dams were flexible. Always the relationship was one of adaptation, a balance between human effort and the demands of the natural world. And so, as we drift further into this history, we can see how ancient dams stand as symbols, not of dominance, but of patience, not of conquest, but of cooperation. They are reminders that human progress was built not only on ambition, but also on the quiet wisdom of working with the land, shaping it slowly, carefully, and with respect. As we continue gently unfolding the story of ancient dams, let us turn our attention to the human organization and labor that made such works possible. For behind every stone placed, every embankment raised, and every channel dug were countless hands and countless hours of effort. In the ancient world, the construction of a dam was rarely the task of a single craftsman or even a small group of builders. It was a collective endeavor that reflected the cooperation of entire communities, guided at times by local leaders, priests, or rulers who understood that water management was a foundation of survival. In Mesopotamia, records inscribed on clay tablets describe how local communities were mobilized during the seasons of building and repair. Families contributed labor in rotation, each household sending members to work for a portion of time. The tasks were divided with simple logic. Some carried soil, others placed reeds, others tamped down clay, and overseers checked the embankments for evenness. This system of shared duty ensured that no one family bore the full burden and that everyone held a stake in the success of the dam. In Egypt, a similar rhythm unfolded. The construction and maintenance of dams were often tied to the larger system of corvée labor, where citizens provided service to the state as part of their obligation. During the annual flood season, when farming paused, men were summoned to work on dams, basins, and canals. The work was steady, repetitive, and carefully overseen by officials who ensured that embankments were raised to the proper height and that spillways were kept clear. What might appear to us as tedious labor was, for them, a communal act, woven into the cycle of life and tied directly to the fortunes of the harvest. In Persia, the labor of dam building was closely linked to clan structures and local governance. Because qanats and diversion dams stretched across miles and required ongoing care, responsibility was distributed among families who lived along the channels. Each family took responsibility for a section, ensuring that debris was cleared and leaks patched. The labor was not only physical, but also social, binding the community together through a shared dependence on water. In India, where tanks and reservoirs were integral to both survival and culture, the building of a dam could take on the spirit of devotion. Villages came together in cooperative efforts known as kudumaramatu, where entire communities contributed time and effort to maintain the tanks. It was not only about engineering, but about preserving a way of life, for the reservoir sustained fields, livestock, and rituals alike. Stones were carried, mud was pressed into walls, and repairs became a seasonal festival of work, blending necessity with tradition. The Romans organized labor for dams with the discipline of their empire. Soldiers, slaves, and skilled engineers all played roles, depending on the size of the project. In provincial towns, local populations often provided manpower under the supervision of Roman engineers, who brought technical knowledge of concrete, geometry, and hydraulics. Records suggest that some dams took years, even decades to complete, a reminder that labor was not just intensive but enduring, stretching across generations. Behind these great works, however, we must not forget the ordinary lives of the laborers. Imagine the quiet persistence of workers carrying baskets of soil under the hot sun, or the careful placement of stone blocks carved from nearby quarries. Picture the calloused hands smoothing clay into cracks, the voices of overseers calling out instructions, the laughter of children watching their parents at work, the small meals eaten in shade before returning to the embankment. For these people, the dam was not a symbol of power, but a matter of daily survival, a guarantee that crops would grow and animals would drink. Leadership, too, played an important role. In many societies, the decision to build or repair a dam came from rulers who understood the political importance of water. A king who provided secure water supplies earned loyalty, while one who neglected them faced unrest. Some rulers inscribed their names on dams, claiming credit for construction, though the true labor was done by anonymous hands. Priests also played roles, particularly in Egypt and India, where water was tied to ritual. The blessing of a dam, the offering of thanks for rainfall, and the prayers for a stable flood became part of the cultural fabric, merging the practical and the spiritual. Organization was therefore both technical and cultural. The design of a dam mattered, but so did the way labor was mobilized and sustained. A dam that lacked maintenance could fail within a season, while one that was cared for diligently could last for centuries. This is why we often find evidence of repairs layered upon repairs, each generation renewing the work of the last. The dam became a thread binding people across time, linking grandparents and grandchildren in a continuous chain of effort. And so, as we reflect on this, we see that the engineering of ancient dams was not just about materials or design, but about people, their patience, their cooperation, and their willingness to work together quietly toward a shared goal. The strength of a dam was not only in its stones or soil, but in the community that maintained it, season after season, year after year. Imagine again the calm evening by an ancient dam, when the day's work was done, when the workers returned home with tired hands but hopeful hearts, when the structure they had tended stood silent, holding back the river for another day. It is in this rhythm of labor, persistence, and cooperation that the story of ancient dams truly lives, a story as steady and enduring as the flow of water itself. As we drift further into the quiet story of ancient dams, let us focus on the ways in which these structures shaped not only landscapes, but also the rhythms of society and the development of civilizations. For a dam was never just a wall across a river. It was a tool that allowed people to settle, to farm more securely, to plan for the future, and to build communities that could last. In many ways, dams were silent partners of civilization, offering stability in a world that was otherwise unpredictable. In Mesopotamia, the careful management of water through dams and canals allowed cities to flourish in lands that might otherwise have been too fragile. With water stored and distributed more evenly, agriculture became more reliable, and with reliable crops came population growth, surplus food, and the rise of urban centers. The presence of a dam was not dramatic, but its influence extended into every part of life, from the bread on the table to the expansion of trade. In Egypt, the ability to capture and control the annual flood of the Nile meant that villages could grow into enduring settlements. The dams and basins provided a buffer against the harshness of drought and the chaos of excessive floods, allowing families to plant in a steady cycle. The great monuments of Egypt, the temples and pyramids, depended in part on the agricultural stability that dams and irrigation systems provided, for only with secure food supplies could such labor be organized. In Persia, where the land was drier, dams were the foundation of survival in regions that otherwise might have been barren. By guiding water into qanats and reservoirs, communities extended life into deserts, creating green patches where none had existed before. Villages and towns sprang up around these water sources, and the presence of a dam often marked the difference between a place that could be inhabited and one that had to be abandoned. The dam became a center of life, anchoring settlements to the flow of water in a land where every drop mattered. In India, the large tanks supported by stone dams became not only sources of water, but focal points of social and spiritual life. Around these reservoirs, people gathered not just for farming, but for rituals, festivals, and daily interactions. The water sustained crops, but it also symbolized abundance and renewal, and the dams that held it became part of cultural memory. Communities organized their lives around the seasonal filling and emptying of these tanks, and the presence of a dam could transform a village into a thriving center of both economic and cultural activity. In Rome, the impact of dams extended beyond villages and fields to the infrastructure of an empire. Roman dams fed aqueducts, which in turn supplied cities with water for drinking, baths, fountains, and industry. This abundance of water allowed Roman cities to grow larger than most ancient settlements, supporting populations that would have been impossible without such engineering. The dam, in this context, became part of a wider system of control and stability, reflecting the Roman desire for order and permanence. Across all of these societies, what emerges is the role of dams as quiet foundations of stability. They did not draw attention to themselves in the way that palaces or temples did, but without them, the grand works of civilization would have been impossible. They were the steady background to daily life, shaping the rhythm of planting and harvest, influencing decisions of settlement and expansion, and providing a kind of security that allowed people to think beyond mere survival. The presence of a dam also had effects on trade and economy. With more reliable water supplies, farmers could produce surpluses, which in turn could be traded for goods, leading to markets and exchanges that extended across regions. A dam built in one valley might therefore influence the prosperity of towns many miles away. In this way, the simple act of storing water became a driver of connection and growth. We can imagine, then, the ripple effects of these ancient structures. A family that planted with confidence because the reservoir was full, a market that grew because food was plentiful, a city that expanded because water flowed steadily into its aqueducts. All of these depended on the quiet strength of dams. And yet, despite their importance, dams remained humble in appearance, blending into the landscape, built of the same earth and stone that surrounded them. To stand before one in the ancient world was not to marvel at its beauty, but to feel reassured by its presence, to know that life could continue in a steady rhythm. The story of ancient dams is therefore not only a tale of engineering, but of civilization itself. These structures shaped the way people lived, where they settled, how they farmed, how they traded, and even how they worshipped. They were silent forces that supported the visible achievements of cultures, the invisible hands that steadied the growth of societies. And so as you lie still and let your mind drift further, Think of these quiet structures stretching across valleys, holding back rivers, shaping fields, and guiding the course of civilizations. They are the hidden foundations of human history, enduring not because they were grand, but because they were steady, not because they dazzled, but because they endured, and in that endurance, they shaped the world in ways that remain with us, even now. As we move toward the later chapters of the story of ancient dams, it is worth considering not only how they were built and how they functioned, but also what happened when they were neglected, abandoned, or destroyed. For the life of a dam was never endless, and its decline often shaped the lives of those who depended on it. Just as a dam symbolized stability, its failure symbolized disruption, and the history of these structures carries lessons about both endurance and impermanence. In Mesopotamia, records hint at periods when canals and dams fell into disrepair, whether from war, neglect, or simple exhaustion of the communities that had maintained them. When embankments were left unattended, rivers quickly reclaimed their courses, flooding fields or leaving them dry. Agricultural output collapsed, and cities that had once thrived faced famine. These stories remind us that the strength of a dam was never in its materials alone, but in the vigilance of those who cared for it. In Egypt, when a dam or basin was overwhelmed by an unusually high flood, the result could be devastating. Entire villages might be washed away, their fields drowned in water that no embankment could restrain. Yet such disasters also reinforced the culture's patience and resilience. Communities rebuilt, learning to respect the river's force while continuing to trust in the slow work of maintenance. The Sad el-Kafara Dam, which collapsed in antiquity, is a well-known example. Though its destruction was sudden, the lessons it taught about overflow, spillways, and foundations became part of Egyptian memory, shaping later water management practices. In Persia, the failure of diversion dams could interrupt the delicate balance of the Qanat system. If a dam collapsed or a channel was blocked, entire villages downstream might lose their only source of water. In a land where survival depended on precision, such failures could force communities to relocate or abandon their homes. Yet these difficulties also encouraged improvements in design. Stronger stone foundations, better angles across rivers, and more carefully carved spillways all arose from centuries of trial and error, each failure adding to the reservoir of knowledge. In India, the decline of dams and tanks often reflected the decline of the societies around them. When kingdoms fell, the communal labor that had maintained the reservoirs often ceased. Tanks filled with silt, embankments cracked, and the once vibrant centers of community life grew quiet. Yet even centuries later, when new rulers or communities returned, they often restored these tanks, clearing the silt, repairing the stones, and reviving the traditions of water management. The persistence of these structures, even in ruin, shows how deeply they were embedded in the cultural memory of the people. The Romans too faced the reality of decline. As the empire weakened, the grand systems of aqueducts and dams could no longer be maintained with the same discipline. Some dams continued to function for centuries, their massive stone walls resisting time, but others fell into neglect. Channels clogged, gates broke, and reservoirs dried. Yet the knowledge of Roman engineering did not vanish entirely. Fragments of their methods survived, influencing medieval builders and reminding future generations of what had once been achieved. The decline of dams, therefore, is as important a part of their history as their construction. It reveals that these structures were never invincible. They were always dependent on human effort and human care. A dam that stood for centuries could collapse in a single flood if forgotten, and a dam that fell into ruin could be revived if a new community took the time to repair it. This cycle of building, maintaining, collapsing, and rebuilding reflects the larger rhythm of human history, where progress is rarely permanent but often renewed. Imagine again a quiet valley where an ancient dam once stood. The stones lie scattered, the embankment eroded. Grass grows over what was once a wall. To a passerby, it may look like nothing more than a natural hill, yet beneath the soil lie the traces of human effort, the memory of generations who carried baskets of clay, who shaped stones, who trusted this barrier to protect their crops. The silence of the ruin carries its own story, a reminder that even the strongest works of human hands are temporary, unless tended with care. And yet there is also comfort in the story of decline. For the same patience that built dams in the first place allowed societies to rebuild them when needed. The knowledge was never completely lost, for it lived in the observations of farmers, in the traditions of laborers, in the habits of communities that watch the rivers year after year. Even when a dam failed, its memory endured, guiding future generations to try again. And so, the story of ancient dams is not one of permanence, but of resilience, not of unbroken success, but of persistence in the face of failure. They remind us that stability is never given once and for all. It is earned through steady care, through humility before nature, and through the willingness to rebuild what has been lost. As you let your mind drift deeper into stillness, you may picture these ruins in the moonlight, silent but not forgotten, waiting for hands to return, waiting for life to flow again. For this is the rhythm of ancient dams, a rhythm as gentle and enduring as sleep itself. As we reach the final part of our long and quiet journey into the engineering of ancient dams, it is worth reflecting on the legacy that these structures left behind. For though most of them have crumbled, weathered, or been buried by time, their influence continues to echo through the centuries. The dams of the ancient world were not monuments meant to impress with beauty, nor were they designed to stand as symbols of conquest. Rather, they were practical answers to the most basic question of survival: how to hold water when it was scarce, and how to release it when it was too abundant. Their legacy lies not only in the remains we can still see, but in the ways they shaped human thought, society, and the relationship between people and the natural world. In Mesopotamia, the quiet embankments and simple diversion dams were among the first attempts by human communities to impose steady order on unpredictable nature. This practice of guiding rivers with earth and reeds, though modest, laid the foundation for organized irrigation, agriculture, and the rise of cities. Without these dams, the story of early civilization would have been very different. In Egypt, the basins and embankments that worked with the Nile's floodwaters supported a culture that lasted for millennia. The monuments of the pharaohs still capture our attention, but they could not have been built without the agricultural stability ensured by those simple yet vital waterworks. In Persia, the angled diversion dams that fed qanats remind us that ingenuity often arises from scarcity. By learning to guide rivers into underground channels, the Persians extended life into lands where otherwise nothing could have thrived. Their dams represent a dialogue with the desert, a careful balance between human persistence and the harsh demands of the land. In India, the great stone dams and reservoirs that still survive show us that water management was never only practical, but also cultural. The tanks served agriculture, but they also served communities as places of gathering and ritual. They remind us that engineering, even in its most practical form, is always tied to the rhythms of human life and belief. In Rome, the massive gravity dams with their concrete cores reflect a civilization that sought permanence. Their durability, with some still standing today, illustrates the power of combining observation with calculation, tradition with innovation. These dams stand not as ruins alone, but as teachers, revealing how ancient methods of construction can endure for centuries when designed with care. And yet, beyond all the technical achievements, the legacy of ancient dams lies in their philosophy. They were built not with the goal of overpowering nature, but with the patience of working alongside it. They remind us that progress is not always about speed or scale, but about steady endurance, about returning each year to patch a wall, clear a spillway, and trust that small efforts will accumulate into stability. They embody the principle that survival is not won by dramatic victories, but by the quiet persistence of many hands across many generations. Imagine standing now before the remains of one such dam. The stones are worn, the earth is overgrown, the channel is dry. Yet in the silence, you can almost hear the echoes of the past, the footsteps of laborers carrying soil, the murmur of voices passing instructions, the laughter of children playing nearby, the hum of life built around the steady presence of water. These echoes remind us that the dam was never just a structure, but a living companion, part of the memory of a community. Today, as modern engineers build massive dams of concrete and steel, we might think that the story of the ancient dam is distant and irrelevant. Yet in truth, the principles remain the same. Modern dams still face the challenge of balancing water's unpredictability with human need. They still require vigilance, maintenance, and humility. And like their ancient counterparts, they still shape societies by providing stability, by enabling agriculture, by influencing where people live and how they thrive. The difference lies only in scale and materials. The wisdom is timeless. And so the story of ancient dams closes not as a tale of forgotten ruins, but as a reminder of the quiet endurance of human effort. It tells us that civilization has always rested on steady, often unnoticed labor, on cooperation, on the willingness to adapt patiently to the rhythms of nature. It tells us that stability, though never permanent, can be created when people work together with respect for the land and the flow of rivers. As you let your mind rest in stillness, you may carry with you the image of these ancient structures, simple, steady, enduring. They are no longer grand, but they remain meaningful, silent markers of resilience, patience, and survival. And like the gentle current of a river, their story flows quietly into the present, offering calm and continuity as you drift softly into sleep. That was the end of our previous story. Before we move on, I kindly ask you to give this video a like and subscribe to the channel so these calm journeys will always be here for you at bedtime. Now let us continue with the next story. In our series of Boring History for Sleep, the courtyards that defined ancient homes. As we begin a new journey in this series of Boring History for Sleep, let us quietly enter the world of ancient homes, where courtyards stood at the center of daily life. When we imagine the past, we often think of temples, palaces, or fortresses, but most of human life unfolded not in monuments, but in the ordinary spaces of houses. Among these spaces, the courtyard held a special role, a simple open area surrounded by walls and rooms that gave structure and rhythm to family life. Across many civilizations, from Mesopotamia to Rome, from India to China, the courtyard was the silent stage on which daily routines played out. To understand the courtyard is to understand the heart of ancient domestic life, not dramatic or monumental, but steady and enduring. In Mesopotamia, where the first urban settlements appeared, houses were often crowded along narrow streets, their walls rising close together, offering little light from outside. Within these tight clusters, families opened small square courtyards at the center of their homes. These courtyards brought air and sunlight into the house, essential in a hot climate where ventilation was needed. Rooms surrounded the courtyard on all sides, serving as kitchens, storage, or sleeping areas. The courtyard itself became a place for gathering, for cooking, for small gardens, and for daily chores. Archaeological remains from cities such as Ur show how central these open spaces were, not ornamental but practical, designed to keep the family connected to both air and light. In Egypt, too, the courtyard played a role in homes from humble dwellings to grander residences. Mud brick houses often opened into a central space where families could meet, prepare food, and rest. In wealthier houses, courtyards were decorated with small pools, shaded by trees, or lined with columns, turning them into places of beauty as well as utility. Even in the dry climate, these courtyards could sustain small gardens that gave shade, fragrance, and a sense of peace. The courtyard was both a practical necessity and a retreat, a place where the harsh sun was softened by the walls and plants. In Greece, the courtyard became even more defined, often surrounded by a colonnade called a peristyle. Greek houses turned inward, with few windows facing the street, emphasizing privacy and family life. The courtyard provided the main source of light and air, and it became a setting for both daily tasks and quiet leisure. Families gathered there for meals, children played in its open space, and small shrines to household gods were placed nearby. The Greek courtyard reveals how architecture shaped the rhythm of life, turning the home into a private world centered on an open sky. Rome, inheriting and expanding these traditions, made the courtyard an essential feature of its domestic architecture. The atrium, as it was called, stood at the entrance of Roman houses, often with a shallow pool in the center to collect rainwater from the roof. This space was more than practical, it was symbolic. The atrium served as the public face of the household, where guests were received and family ancestors were honored. Behind it, wealthier homes added a second courtyard, the peristyle, surrounded by columns and gardens. Here, the family enjoyed leisure, conversation, and tranquility. These courtyards were not extravagant in design, but steady in purpose, providing air, light, and social space in a structured world. Beyond the Mediterranean, in India and China, courtyards also defined domestic life. In India, houses often revolved around an open courtyard where cooking, washing, and gatherings took place. In hot climates, this open core provided ventilation, while in cooler regions, it was sometimes partially covered. In China, the courtyard house, known as the Siheyuan, became the standard form for centuries. Surrounded by buildings on four sides, the central courtyard was a calm and private space, shielded from the outside world. Families gathered there for meals, rituals, and daily interactions. Generations lived around the same courtyard, making it not just an architectural feature, but the living heart of tradition. Across all these civilizations, the courtyard reveals a common theme. Human beings, no matter their culture, sought to balance enclosure with openness, protection with access to the sky. The courtyard allowed homes to breathe, to remain cool in heat, to gather families in a single space that was both private and shared. It was not dramatic, not monumental, but essential, and because it was essential, it endured. Imagine, for a moment, walking quietly into one of these ancient courtyards. The walls around you are plain, perhaps of mud brick, perhaps of stone, their surfaces rough with age. Above, the open sky stretches, framed by the walls. In the morning, light falls softly into the space, warming the ground. In the evening, families gather here, children playing, adults preparing food, elders resting and talking. The courtyard is calm, ordinary yet steady, shaping the rhythm of life without ever drawing attention to itself. These courtyards, simple squares of open air, define the character of ancient homes. They gave shelter while allowing openness. They created privacy while connecting families to the sun and sky. They were places of daily life, steady and quiet, like the heartbeat of a house. And so, as we begin this new story in our series, we see that the history of courtyards is not about grandeur, but about endurance. Not about monuments, but about the ordinary spaces where people truly lived. As we continue our slow journey into the story of ancient courtyards, let us look more closely at their practical functions. For beyond being architectural spaces, they were the silent workers of the home, shaping comfort, climate, and community in ways that were subtle yet essential. In the hot climates of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and India, the courtyard was a natural air conditioner. By opening the house inward, the courtyard allowed heat to rise out during the day and cool air to circulate at night. Walls shaded the open space, and the floor often remained cooler than the surrounding street. Families slept in this courtyard during warm nights, under the stars, enjoying a breeze that could not be found within enclosed rooms. In wealthier homes, water features such as small pools or fountains were added, not only for beauty, but to cool the air through evaporation. The courtyard was therefore not just an empty space, but an essential element of climate control long before modern technology. In Greece and Rome, the courtyard also managed light. With few windows facing outward, houses might have been dark if not for the open central space. Sunlight streamed into the courtyard, reflecting off pale walls, filling the rooms with gentle illumination. Morning light signaled the start of daily chores, while evening shadows gathered as families returned from markets or fields. The courtyard made time visible, marking the hours of the day by the angle of sunlight. In many cultures, courtyards also served as kitchens. Fires were safer in open air, smoke drifted upward rather than filling enclosed rooms, and cooking became a communal act. In Mesopotamia, ovens were often placed in corners of courtyards, with clay pots arranged nearby. In India, the courtyard hearth became the heart of the household, where meals were prepared while family members gathered around. Food and conversation mixed in the same space, making the courtyard both practical and social. Storage, too, was tied to courtyards. Grain, water jars, tools, and firewood were often kept in or near the central open space, easily accessible to all members of the household. In rural areas, animals such as goats, chickens, or donkeys might also be sheltered near the courtyard, making it a hub of activity from dawn until night. This mingling of tasks meant that the courtyard was never empty for long. It was always alive with some small movement, some rhythm of daily labor. Courtyards also served as places of safety. Surrounded by high walls, they provided privacy and protection from strangers and the noise of streets. In Greece and Rome, the lack of outward windows meant that the life of the family unfolded almost entirely within. shielded from outside eyes. The courtyard was a sanctuary where children could play freely, where women could work without intrusion, where elders could sit in peace. In cultures where family honor and privacy were highly valued, the courtyard became a quiet fortress, not in appearance but in function. Religious and spiritual practices often centered on courtyards as well. In Mesopotamia, small altars were placed in courtyards where offerings to household gods were made. In Greece, shrines to Hestia, or Zeus Herkios, stood in the open air of the family's courtyard, linking daily life with divine presence. In Rome, the household lares, protective spirits, were honored in the atrium. In India, courtyards were often the site of rituals, prayers, and festivals, decorated with lamps, flowers, and sacred symbols. The courtyard was not only a space for chores and rest, but a sacred stage where the invisible and visible worlds touched. Even in China, the Siheyuan courtyard was not merely empty space, but a carefully ordered environment reflecting harmony with nature and family hierarchy. The open sky at the center was seen as a connection between heaven and earth, and each building around it had meaning. The northern hall for elders, the southern for younger members, the eastern and western for balance. The courtyard here was a living diagram of cosmic order, quietly shaping the way families understood their place in the universe. To imagine these spaces is to picture a home alive with quiet rhythm. The sound of grinding grain in a corner, the sight of children playing with simple toys, the smell of bread baking in an oven, the shimmer of sunlight across walls, the murmur of prayers at a small altar. These details made the courtyard not just architecture, but life itself. It was the stage on which ordinary existence unfolded, every day, every season, every generation. And yet, despite all these roles, the courtyard remained simple in form. A square or rectangle, open to the sky, framed by walls and rooms. Its power lay not in complexity, but in its simplicity, a design so basic that it could adapt to many cultures and climates. This is why the courtyard endured across centuries and continents, appearing in Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, Rome, India, China, and beyond. It was an idea as much as a structure, the idea that a home needed both walls and openness, both shelter and sky. As we continue this quiet exploration, it becomes clear that courtyards were not merely spaces left empty, but spaces left alive, designed to breathe, to gather, to connect. They reveal the wisdom of ancient builders who understood that comfort was not only in rooms, but in the air and light that flowed through them. And so the courtyard remains a quiet lesson from the past, a reminder that simplicity and balance can shape the heart of a home. As we continue our slow exploration of ancient courtyards, it is helpful to consider how these spaces reflected not only practical needs, but also the social and cultural values of the communities that built them. For the courtyard was never just an empty square of open sky. It was a mirror of family life, of social order, and of the relationship between private and public worlds. In Mesopotamia, the courtyard revealed the importance of the household as a unit of society. Houses crowded tightly along narrow lanes turned inward, and the courtyard gave families a private space where life unfolded beyond the view of outsiders. In a culture where extended families often lived together, the courtyard became the common ground, where meals were shared, disputes were settled, and stories were told. Privacy from the street and openness within the family created a balance that shaped the rhythm of life. In Egypt, courtyards showed the blending of practicality and status. Even simple mud brick homes had open spaces at their centers, but in larger homes, these spaces were expanded and decorated, reflecting wealth and taste. Pools of water mirrored the sky, trees offered shade, and painted walls displayed images of daily life or the gods. To step into such a courtyard was to experience both comfort and symbolism, for the presence of water and plants suggested abundance and harmony. The courtyard here was not only the center of the household, but a symbol of the owner's place in society. In Greece, the courtyard revealed the cultural emphasis on family privacy and modesty. Greek houses with few openings to the street created a sharp boundary between the public world and the private home. The courtyard, surrounded by columns, was the heart of the house, where women carried out daily work, children played, and men retreated from the demands of public life. Religious shrines placed here emphasized the belief that the gods were guardians of the home, and rituals performed in the courtyard bound the family together. The simplicity of the courtyard belied its cultural importance as the stage of private life. Rome took this idea further, dividing courtyards into spaces that reflected both public and private roles. The atrium, near the entrance, served as the reception area where guests and clients were received, linking family honor with hospitality. Here stood the household shrine to the lares, and here also the master of the house demonstrated his status. Beyond the atrium lay the peristyle, a more private courtyard where family life unfolded among gardens and colonnades. This duality shows how Roman courtyards reflected social structure, mediating between the public obligations of the paterfamilias and the private rhythms of domestic life. In India, courtyards embodied both social and spiritual values. Large joint families often lived together, and the central courtyard was the place where generations mingled, where festivals were celebrated, and where sacred rituals were performed. Women gathered there to prepare food, children learned from their elders, and priests conducted ceremonies under the open sky. The courtyard symbolized unity and continuity, linking family, tradition, and devotion. In China, the Siheyuan courtyard house made social order visible in architecture. The placement of buildings around the courtyard reflected hierarchy: the northern hall for the elders, the southern for the younger generation, the eastern and western for balance. The open center was both a gathering place and a space of symbolism, connecting heaven and earth. Ancestors were honored here, and the courtyard reflected Confucian values of family harmony and respect. Across all these cultures, the courtyard was not a neutral void, but a carefully shaped social stage. It balanced openness with enclosure, creating spaces where family members interacted away from the gaze of strangers. It reflected values of privacy, respect, hospitality, and devotion. Even the simplest courtyard spoke of the rhythms of life: meals cooked in its corners, conversations drifting through its open air, laughter of children echoing against its walls, prayers whispered beneath its sky. Imagine such a courtyard at dusk in the ancient world. A family gathers after a day's work, the air cooling as shadows lengthen. A small fire flickers in one corner, filling the space with the smell of cooking. Children play quietly while elders tell stories. The walls hold the heat of the day, releasing it slowly as night deepens. Above, the stars emerge, framed perfectly by the square of open sky. This space, so ordinary and unadorned, is also deeply human, carrying the weight of memory, tradition, and connection. The courtyard, in its simplicity, became the heart of ancient homes not only because it was practical, but because it was meaningful. It gave structure to family life, shaped social order, and reflected cultural values. It was where life was lived most fully, in the balance between shelter and openness, between the walls of the home and the endless sky above. As we continue this quiet exploration of ancient courtyards, let us look more deeply at the architectural variations that appeared across cultures and how each reflected the environment, resources, and traditions of the people who built them. Though the concept of an open space surrounded by walls remained simple, the details of its form could be surprisingly diverse. In Mesopotamia, courtyards were generally small and square, adapted to crowded urban neighborhoods where houses pressed tightly together. These courtyards were built with mud brick walls, thick enough to keep out heat and dust. Their compact size reflected the limited space of the city, yet even the smallest courtyard allowed sunlight and ventilation into rooms that otherwise would have been dark and airless. Archaeologists studying houses in Ur and Babylon have found clear evidence of these inner courts, sometimes with drainage channels leading away to handle rainwater, a reminder that even small courtyards served multiple purposes. In Egypt, the courtyard could be larger, especially in the homes of wealthier families. Mud brick walls often enclosed open spaces with simple ovens, work areas, or small pools. In grander residences, columns lined the edges of the courtyard, creating shaded walkways that softened the intensity of the sun. Some Egyptian homes also included roof access from the courtyard, allowing families to climb up in the evenings to enjoy cooler breezes or to sleep under the stars. The courtyard here became not only functional, but an extension of lifestyle, a flexible space that adapted to different times of day and different needs. In Greece, the courtyard evolved into a peristyle, surrounded by columns that supported a covered walkway. This arrangement created both shade and order, dividing the house into spaces for men, women, and servants, while keeping all areas connected to the open center. Greek courtyards often included altars or small gardens, sometimes even wells, making them sources of both utility and beauty. The use of columns and proportional design reflected the Greek love of harmony and balance, turning even ordinary homes into small reflections of architectural ideals. In Rome, courtyards took on more elaborate forms. The atrium, often rectangular, was placed near the entrance of the house. It typically included a shallow pool, known as an impluvium, which collected rainwater from an opening in the roof. The pool not only supplied water, but cooled the air and created a visual centerpiece. Wealthier Romans extended the idea with the peristyle courtyard at the back of the house, where gardens, fountains, and sculptures transformed the space into a retreat from the busy life of the city. Roman courtyards were thus layered in purpose, practical in the atrium, symbolic in the shrine to ancestors, and leisurely in the peristyle gardens. In India, the form of the courtyard was shaped by climate and tradition. In the hot south, houses often opened into large courtyards where cooking fires could burn safely and smoke could escape easily. These spaces were also used for drying grains, celebrating festivals, and hosting family gatherings. In northern India, courtyards were sometimes partially covered to provide shelter from winter chill. Over time, Indian courtyard houses grew into complex multi-story structures where extended families lived together, each generation occupying rooms around the central open space. This openness allowed air and light to flow, while the enclosed form created privacy from the outside world. In China, the Siheyuan became one of the most refined expressions of the courtyard design. Always oriented according to principles of balance, the Siheyuan featured a rectangular courtyard surrounded on four sides by halls and rooms. The arrangement reflected hierarchy, the northern hall reserved for the head of the family, the southern for younger generations, the eastern and western for balance. Trees, flowers, and decorative stones were often placed in the courtyard, creating a miniature landscape within the home. This careful order reflected Confucian values of harmony and respect, turning the courtyard into both a family center and a symbolic diagram of society itself. Across other parts of the world, similar variations appeared. In the Islamic world, courtyards became shaded havens, often with fountains and gardens that offered coolness in hot climates. The walls surrounding them were often plain on the outside, but richly decorated inside, reflecting the cultural value of privacy and the belief that beauty should flourish within the family domain. In Spain, influenced by Roman and Islamic traditions, courtyards became central features of homes, adorned with tiles, arches, and water channels. Each variation demonstrates how the simple idea of an open center could adapt endlessly, molded by local environment, materials, and culture. Yet despite these differences, the essence of the courtyard remained the same. It was always a space that breathed, that opened the home to light, air, and sky. It was always a place of gathering, of family connection, of daily rhythm. It was always practical, yet meaningful, modest, yet essential. Imagine walking slowly into these varied spaces. In Mesopotamia, you step into a small mud brick square, sunlight falling on clay walls. In Egypt, you find a shaded walkway around a pool reflecting the sky. In Greece, you pass between columns into a harmonious peristyle. In Rome, you hear the trickle of water in an impluvium. In India, you smell food cooking in the open hearth. In China, you stand in a serene rectangular court framed by order and balance. Though separated by distance and culture, each of these spaces carries the same spirit, the courtyard as the heart of the home. As we continue our gentle journey into the history of courtyards, it is worth looking more closely at the daily rhythms that unfolded within these open spaces. For the courtyard was not only a structure of architecture, but a living stage on which family life played out quietly and continuously. To imagine this, let us return to Mesopotamia, where courtyards were small but essential. At dawn, as the sun rose over the flat rooftops of clay houses, families would step into their courtyards to begin the day. Women ground grain at low stone querns, preparing flour for bread, while children fetched water from jars stored in the shaded corners. Men prepared tools for work in the fields or workshops, often repairing plows or weaving baskets. The courtyard was filled with simple sounds: the grinding of stones, the clatter of clay pots, the murmur of voices, and the soft bleating of goats tethered nearby. In this quiet space, the family came together before dispersing to their tasks. In Egypt, a similar rhythm unfolded, though the larger courtyards of wealthier homes added layers of beauty and comfort. Imagine stepping into an Egyptian courtyard shaded by trees, where a small pool reflected the morning sky. Birds splashed in the water while servants prepared bread in outdoor ovens. Children played under the watchful eyes of elders, and the family cat prowled lazily along the walls. In the evening, oil lamps were lit, and the family gathered in the courtyard to eat together, talking softly in the cooling air. These simple routines, repeated daily, gave structure to life and made the courtyard not just a practical space, but the soul of the household. In Greece, the courtyard had a distinct character shaped by the ideals of modesty and privacy. Here, the peristyle enclosed a calm world apart from the street. Women spun wool in the shade of the columns, servants carried water jars from nearby wells, and children played with small clay toys. In one corner, a shrine to the household gods received offerings, ensuring divine protection over the family. Meals might be taken here during warm weather, and the courtyard filled with the aroma of bread, olives, and wine. It was not a place of grandeur, but of quiet dignity, where family bonds were nurtured in the calm of a private world. In Rome, the courtyard took on more public functions as well. The atrium, often near the entrance, was where guests and clients were received, where the paterfamilias displayed family ancestry through busts and altars, and where rituals to the household gods were performed. Imagine entering such a space, the floor inlaid with mosaic, the shallow pool of the impluvium catching rainwater from above, and the walls lined with shelves holding wax masks of ancestors. Beyond this public face lay the peristyle, where the family enjoyed privacy among gardens and fountains. Here, children played under colonnades, women embroidered cloth in shaded corners, and men discussed philosophy or business. The Roman courtyard was therefore a place of both display and retreat, balancing the obligations of social life with the intimacy of family. In India, the courtyard was woven into every part of domestic routine. At dawn, women decorated the ground with rangoli designs of colored powders, invoking blessings for the household. Fires were lit in hearths placed in the open air, filling the space with the smell of spices and cooking rice. Children played with sticks or small balls, while elders sat together discussing family matters. During festivals, the courtyard became a place of celebration, hung with garlands, filled with singing and dancing. At night, families might gather under the stars, telling stories or listening to the chants of priests performing rituals. The courtyard here was not simply functional, but sacred, a link between the human and divine. In China, the Siheyuan courtyard was a carefully ordered world. Each morning, family members emerged from their halls to gather in the open space, bowing to elders or ancestors before beginning the day. Meals were eaten here in the warm months, and children practiced writing or games under the watchful eyes of grandparents. Festivals filled the courtyard with lanterns, music, and the scent of incense, while in quieter times, it was a place for reflection, framed by trees, flowers, and carefully placed stones. The courtyard here embodied balance, order, and respect, shaping not only the physical life of the family, but its moral and cultural values. To picture these routines is to see that the courtyard was never empty. It held the quiet rhythm of daily existence, the cycle of work and rest, the pulse of family life repeated endlessly across generations. It was the place where children grew up, where meals were shared, where prayers were whispered, where disputes were settled, and where traditions were passed on. Though simple in design, the courtyard carried the weight of continuity, linking one day to the next, one generation to another. And so, when we think of ancient homes, we must not imagine only the walls or the roofs, but the open space at their center, where life truly happened. The courtyard was not an afterthought, but the heart, steady and enduring, a reminder that the most important parts of history are not always the grand monuments, but the quiet spaces where families lived their ordinary days. As we move further into the story of ancient courtyards, it is worth considering how these open spaces were not only centers of daily life, but also reflections of broader social and economic structures. For the courtyard was both a private space and a silent indicator of status, wealth, and community organization. In Mesopotamia, the size and design of a courtyard often reflected the resources of the family that lived around it. Smaller homes had modest square courts with little ornament, used mainly for light and air, while larger households belonging to merchants or officials included multiple courtyards, sometimes arranged in sequence, with one for work and storage and another for family gatherings. These variations reveal how architecture adapted to social standing, with courtyards serving as both functional necessities and subtle markers of position. In Egypt, too, courtyards displayed economic differences. Simple houses of farmers had small open areas for cooking, storing tools, or keeping animals, while the homes of the wealthy contained expansive courtyards with decorated walls, tiled floors, shaded colonnades, and pools stocked with fish. Some even had carefully tended gardens of lotus and papyrus, miniature oases that offered both beauty and coolness. For visitors entering such spaces, the courtyard silently conveyed the prosperity of the household, showing not only what the family owned, but also how they wished to be perceived. In Greece, courtyards reflected the cultural value placed on modesty and privacy. Unlike public buildings that emphasized grandeur, domestic courtyards were usually simple, regardless of wealth. The difference was more in size than in decoration, for the emphasis was not on display, but on creating a calm and functional core. Still, wealthier families could afford larger peristyles, with columns of stone rather than wood and decorative gardens rather than plain earth. In Rome, the distinction became even sharper. The atrium was a public space within the private home, a place where clients and visitors were received, where family statues and ancestral masks were displayed, and where wealth was quietly shown through mosaics, marble, and fountains. The peristyle courtyard behind the atrium, however, was more private, reserved for family leisure. Together, these spaces illustrated both the social role of the household in Roman society and the desire for private retreat. The design of courtyards here was a balance of public obligation and private comfort, mirroring the dual identity of Roman life. In India, the social meaning of the courtyard was tied to the extended family system. Larger households often included many generations living together, and the courtyard became the binding space where everyone gathered. The size of the courtyard reflected the reach of the family, small for modest households, expansive for wealthy landowners. During festivals or weddings, courtyards became stages for elaborate rituals, filled with lamps, garlands, and music, transforming everyday architecture into a place of celebration. Thus, the courtyard was not only a family center, but also a stage for community acknowledgement of status and tradition. In China, the Siheyuan offered perhaps the most formal expression of social hierarchy through architecture. The arrangement of rooms around the courtyard was not random, but reflected Confucian ideals of respect and order. The main hall on the north side was reserved for the patriarch or the elders, while the southern side housed younger generations. Guests were received in the eastern or western wings, depending on rank and relationship. The courtyard itself was a neutral space that bound these hierarchies together, a physical diagram of family order expressed in stone, timber, and open air. What is striking in all these variations is how the courtyard was always more than empty space. It was both functional and symbolic, a place where family life unfolded and a silent statement of who the family was. It revealed wealth through decoration, culture through layout, and values through the activities it hosted. Whether plain or elaborate, small or vast, the courtyard carried meaning beyond its walls. Imagine entering these different spaces in turn. In a modest Mesopotamian home, you see a small square where children play in the dust. In a wealthy Egyptian residence, you step into a shaded court with a shimmering pool and fruit trees. In a Greek house, you find a simple peristyle, columns casting long shadows across the floor. In a Roman villa, you pass through a grand atrium with water-reflecting painted walls, then into a peristyle where the family relaxes among sculptures and gardens. In an Indian home, you walk into a lively space filled with music and colors during a festival. In a Chinese Siheyuan, you stand in a calm rectangular courtyard framed by halls that reflect both respect and hierarchy. Each one is different, yet all share the same essence, a center open to the sky, shaping life within the home. These variations remind us that architecture is never only about walls or roofs. It is also about the lives lived within them. Courtyards were practical, yes, but they were also social, cultural, and symbolic. They held daily chores and sacred rituals, laughter and disputes, privacy and display. They were at once ordinary and extraordinary, the simplest of designs carrying the deepest of meanings. And so, the courtyard endures as a quiet witness to the diversity of human life, shaping and reflecting the societies that built them. As we continue drifting through the long story of ancient courtyards, it is worth turning our attention to the ways these spaces connected with the natural world. For the courtyard was not only an architectural device, but also a bridge between the home and the sky, between human activity and the rhythms of nature. Unlike enclosed rooms, courtyards were open to sun, rain, wind, and stars. And this openness gave them a unique character that influenced both practical living and cultural meaning. In Mesopotamia, the small central courts of mud brick houses provided the only real contact with the outdoors in crowded cities where narrow streets offered little space or light. Here, families looked upward to the changing sky, reading weather signs in the clouds and finding comfort in the regular patterns of day and night. The courtyard became a private piece of nature within the dense fabric of the city, a space where sunlight warmed the walls in winter and breezes cooled them in summer. In Egypt, courtyards often included small pools or basins of water that not only cooled the air, but also reflected the heavens above. The still surface of the water mirrored the sun during the day and the stars at night, turning the courtyard into a place of quiet contemplation. Trees planted in these courts offered shade and fruit, softening the harsh climate and bringing greenery into mud brick surroundings. The courtyard here was more than a practical feature. It was a microcosm of nature within the home, a gentle oasis in an otherwise dry environment. In Greece, courtyards reflected a cultural appreciation for balance and harmony with the natural world. Surrounded by colonnades, they framed a portion of the sky, turning light and air into architectural elements. Families observed the passage of seasons within the courtyard, noting the angle of the sun, the changes in temperature, and the flow of rain. The courtyard allowed the home to breathe with the rhythm of nature, a controlled openness that kept life connected to the larger world without abandoning privacy. Rome extended this idea further. The atrium, with its open roof, collected rainwater in the impluvium, literally drawing the natural cycle of water into the center of the house. Families relied on this system not only for practical supply, but also as a reminder of the connection between human order and natural flow. In wealthier homes, the peristyle courtyards became gardens, filled with plants, fountains, and sculptures of animals, blending art and nature in carefully composed scenes. Here, the courtyard was not merely a void, but a cultivated landscape, a place where humans and nature interacted in designed harmony. In India, the courtyard's openness allowed direct connection to sun and sky, elements considered sacred in many traditions. Fires lit in these spaces rose toward the heavens, prayers were chanted under open air, and rituals often used natural elements like water, flowers, and grains. During the monsoon, rain poured into the courtyards, filling them with sound and freshness, reminding families of both abundance and impermanence. In this way, the courtyard became not just an architectural space, but a living altar of nature, blending daily life with cosmic rhythm. In China, the Sihewan courtyard embodied a careful balance between natural openness and architectural order. Plants, rocks, and sometimes small ponds were arranged with symbolic meaning, reflecting harmony between heaven, earth, and humanity. Families looked to the courtyard sky to mark time, celebrated festivals under lanterns that decorated the open space, and listened to the wind moving gently through trees planted at its edges. The courtyard was a calm core where natural forces entered daily life without overwhelming it. Across all these cultures, the courtyard was the mediator between shelter and exposure. It offered sunlight without leaving the safety of walls, air without the noise of streets, nature without danger. It was a controlled openness that allowed humans to remain close to natural rhythms while maintaining the boundaries of home. To imagine this more clearly, picture an ancient evening in a courtyard. The day's work is done, the fire has gone out, and the family gathers in the open space. The sky above is deepening into twilight, stars beginning to appear. A cool breeze drifts through, carrying the scent of earth and water. The walls around the courtyard glow softly in the fading light. In such a moment, the courtyard becomes more than architecture. It becomes a place of quiet connection, a reminder that human life is always part of larger cycles. And so, as we reflect on these spaces, we see that courtyards were not only centers of domestic life, but also frames for the natural world, steady companions to the rising and setting sun, the changing seasons, the endless sky. They taught ancient people that home was not only about walls and roofs, but also about openness to the elements, a balance between protection and participation in the world outside. As we move further into the long story of ancient courtyards, it is worth exploring how these open spaces functioned as places of continuity across generations, binding families together not only in daily routines, but in memory, tradition, and inheritance. The courtyard was more than a physical feature. It was a stage where lives overlapped, where ancestors were remembered, and where children grew into adults under the same open sky. In Mesopotamia, where houses were rebuilt on the same plots over centuries, courtyards became layered with history. When walls crumbled or roofs decayed, families often cleared the debris and raised new rooms on the same foundations. But the courtyard remained at the center, steady and unchanged. Archaeologists uncovering Mesopotamian homes find courtyards preserved as the most enduring feature, showing how families clung to this design across time. It was in these spaces that children learned the stories of their ancestors, that elders passed down wisdom, and that daily rhythms echoed year after year, giving continuity to households even as generations shifted. In Egypt, the courtyard also became a link between past and future. Shrines to household gods or small altars placed in the courtyard were not only objects of worship, but symbols of family continuity. Offerings were made to honor ancestors, asking their protection for the living. Children grew up watching these rituals and learning respect for those who came before them. The courtyard was therefore both a playground and a sacred ground, a space where laughter and devotion mixed together. In Greece, the peristyle courtyard reflected ideals of family unity and private continuity. The inward-facing design meant that most of family life unfolded within, away from public gaze. Here, children learned from parents. Young women prepared wool or food beside mothers, and young men listened to the stories of fathers and elders. Generations were bound together in these calm spaces, their lives shaped by the quiet presence of an open center where every important memory unfolded. In Rome, the atrium and peristyle together became symbols of continuity across lineage. The atrium displayed masks and busts of ancestors, reminding every visitor and every child of the family's heritage. Rituals honoring these figures reinforced the idea that the courtyard was not only for the living, but also a connection to the dead. Behind this, the peristyle garden offered a private retreat where family members of different ages gathered, from children playing among fountains to elders reflecting in shaded colonnades. The Roman courtyard carried both the memory of the past and the rhythm of the present, binding them in enduring stone. In India, the courtyard embodied continuity through festivals and rituals that returned year after year. Each season brought new ceremonies, lamps lit in Diwali, harvest celebrations, marriages, and funerary rites, all unfolding in the central space of the house. Elders taught younger generations how to perform these rituals, and in doing so, they passed down not just traditions, but identity. The courtyard became a book without pages, recording the cycles of life through repeated ceremonies, its walls bearing silent witness to births, deaths, and renewals. In China, the Siheyuan courtyard house exemplified the idea of continuity most clearly. Its symmetrical layout emphasized balance and order, ensuring that the lives of family members unfolded within a framework that reflected Confucian ideals. Ancestors were honored in rituals carried out in the courtyard, and the arrangement of buildings ensured that respect for hierarchy was reinforced daily. Children grew up within this ordered space, learning the values of respect, harmony, and family loyalty simply by moving through the courtyard each day. It was not just a space of stone and timber, but a vessel of tradition, carrying cultural values across centuries. Across all these cultures, the courtyard shows us how continuity in family life was achieved not only through words or laws, but through space. The courtyard created an environment where generations overlapped, where the memories of the past could be recalled and the habits of the present could be transmitted into the future. It offered stability in a world where much was uncertain. a constant reference point in both architecture and memory. Imagine standing in an ancient courtyard where generations have lived. The walls may be worn, the stones uneven, yet you can sense the lives that have unfolded here. Children once learning to walk, elders once telling stories, prayers whispered, meals shared, disputes resolved, joys celebrated. The open sky above has watched over them all, unchanged, while the courtyard itself has carried their echoes forward. This is the quiet power of courtyards. They endure not because they are grand, but because they are essential, not because they display wealth, but because they hold life. And so, as we reflect on their story, we see that the courtyard is not only an architectural form, but also a vessel of continuity, a silent witness that binds past, present, and future together in one steady rhythm. As we move toward the final chapters of the story of ancient courtyards, it is worth reflecting on how these open spaces connected not only to the private rhythms of family life, but also to the broader networks of community and society. For although the courtyard was enclosed within walls, it was never entirely separate from the world beyond. It shaped how people interacted with neighbors, how they conducted business, and how they connected domestic life with larger patterns of culture and economy. In Mesopotamia, for instance, the courtyard often served as a workshop as well as a family space. Artisans used the open light and air to weave textiles, shape pottery, or prepare goods for trade. Neighbors could hear and sometimes see into each other's courtyards from rooftops, creating a subtle network of awareness across the dense urban fabric. While the courtyard protected privacy, it also created a rhythm of shared life, where sounds of work, play, and ritual drifted from one household to the next. In this way, courtyards formed the building blocks of larger communities, each one private yet linked through proximity. In Egypt, the courtyard connected domestic life with the agricultural cycle. Families used these open spaces to store tools, dry grains, and prepare produce for markets. The courtyard was not only where food was cooked and eaten, but also where it was processed and preserved. Visitors arriving at homes were often welcomed into courtyards first, reinforcing their role as transitional spaces between public and private. In wealthier homes, courtyards became settings for hospitality, where guests were received with drinks and shade, strengthening social bonds. Thus, the courtyard functioned both as a family sanctuary and as a place where the outside world could be acknowledged. In Greece, courtyards reflected the cultural value of modesty by limiting direct contact between households. Yet they still facilitated social exchange indirectly. Women, whose lives were often centered around the courtyard, spoke with neighbors across low walls or through shared activities, such as drawing water from wells. The courtyard served as the quiet stage of family life, but also echoed with the larger sounds of the city, festivals, processions, and public life in the agora nearby. In this way, Greek courtyards symbolized a balance between the inward-facing privacy of the home and the outward-facing energy of the police. In Rome, the social function of courtyards was more explicit. The atrium was not only a family space, but also a public one, where the paterfamilias met with clients and conducted the business of patronage that bound Roman society together. Guests stepping into the atrium saw the ancestral masks, the pool reflecting the sky, and the ordered structure of the household, all of which communicated authority and respectability. The peristyle, however, offered retreat, where family bonds could be strengthened away from the public eye. This duality shows how courtyards in Rome were not only architectural devices, but also instruments of social order, mediating between private intimacy and public obligation. In India, courtyards connected families to the rhythms of community through festivals, weddings, and rituals. While enclosed by walls, these spaces opened wide during celebrations, when neighbors and extended kin entered to join in ceremonies. Drums, music, garlands, and lamps filled the courtyard with life, transforming it from a private hearth into a stage for collective joy. Thus, the courtyard was both an inward sanctuary and an outward bridge, tying families to the larger community. In China, the Siheyuan reflected not only family hierarchy, but also community connection. Multiple courtyard houses lined together formed hutongs, neighborhoods where families interacted daily. While each Siheyuan enclosed its own calm world, the arrangement of courtyards across the city created a network of ordered living, shaping the collective rhythm of urban society. The courtyard here was at once private and communal, mirroring the Confucian ideal that individual harmony should contribute to social harmony. Across all these cultures, courtyards reveal a tension between enclosure and connection. They protected families from intrusion while also serving as points of contact with neighbors, visitors, and communities. They were places where private routines unfolded, but also where public roles were acknowledged. Their openness to the sky symbolized not only a connection with nature, but also with society, for the sounds of the outside world always drifted in: voices, music, footsteps, and the pulse of community life. Imagine for a moment standing in an ancient courtyard at midday. The walls around you enclose the space, giving privacy and calm, yet beyond those walls you hear the faint hum of life, the call of a merchant, the laughter of children, the distant beat of drums from a festival. The courtyard holds you in safety, but reminds you that you are part of something larger. It is both a retreat and a threshold, a place where the private and the public meet in quiet balance. And so, the courtyard endures in memory, as not only the heart of the home, but also a thread in the fabric of society. It reflects the ancient truth that life is lived both inwardly and outwardly, in the shelter of family and in the flow of community, and that architecture at its most humble can embody this delicate balance. As we come to the final part of our long and quiet journey into the story of ancient courtyards, it is time to reflect on their enduring legacy and the lessons they leave behind. For though centuries have passed and architecture has changed in countless ways, the courtyard remains one of the most lasting and universal ideas in the history of human dwellings. From the first cities of Mesopotamia to the villas of Rome, from the houses of India to the Siheyuan of China, the courtyard endured as the calm and steady heart of the home, a space that carried the weight of daily life, of ritual, of memory, and of connection. When we look back, we see that the courtyard was never merely an empty square. It was a practical necessity, bringing air, light, and ventilation to enclosed homes. It was a place of work where fires burned, where grain was dried, where animals were tethered, and where tools were repaired. It was a place of family life, where meals were shared, children played, elders told stories, and traditions were passed down. It was also a place of spirituality, where small shrines stood, where rituals were performed, and where prayers rose into the open sky. The courtyard, in its simplicity, contained every aspect of life, binding the physical, social, and spiritual into one steady rhythm. Across cultures, the courtyard adapted to different environments and values. In Mesopotamia, it was a compact square that allowed urban houses to breathe. In Egypt, it grew larger, softened with pools and plants, turning necessity into beauty. In Greece and Rome, it evolved into peristyles and atriums, spaces that reflected harmony, status, and social order. In India, it became sacred ground for family rituals and festivals, alive with color and music. In China, it became a symbol of cosmic balance, a physical expression of hierarchy and harmony. Yet in all these places, the essence was the same: an open center surrounded by life, a steady void that gave meaning to the walls around it. The endurance of the courtyard across time reveals something profound about human needs. No matter the culture or the climate, people sought both shelter and openness, both privacy and connection, both walls for protection and sky for freedom. The courtyard answered these needs with quiet elegance, requiring no complex technology, only the wisdom to leave space open. It is a reminder that architecture at its best is not only about imposing form, but about listening to the rhythms of life and nature, shaping spaces that support rather than dominate. Imagine for a moment the many courtyards that have existed through history. Some small and dusty, with children playing in the shade. Some grand and decorated, with fountains reflecting columns and mosaics. Some filled with music and celebration during festivals. Others silent under starlight as families rested. Each courtyard, however different, carried the same essence, the same openness to sky and life. They are now mostly ruins or memories, yet the idea they embodied continues, echoed in patios, gardens, and open-air spaces in homes around the world today. The story of courtyards is, in truth, the story of human balance. It tells us that life requires both enclosure and openness, both safety and freedom, both private space and connection to community. It tells us that the simplest designs can be the most enduring, and that stability in daily life often rests not on grandeur, but on ordinary, steady spaces where people gather, work, and rest. As you let your eyes remain closed and your breathing slow, you may imagine these ancient courtyards as they once were, filled with the quiet rhythms of life. You may picture families preparing food, children laughing, elders praying, neighbors greeting one another across walls, all under the same open sky. These images, soft and steady, remind us that history is not only written in monuments and battles, but also in the small spaces where life truly happened. And so, our journey through the courtyards that defined ancient homes comes to a gentle close. It is a story not of drama, but of endurance, not of spectacle, but of simplicity, not of forgotten ruins, but of timeless wisdom. The courtyard remains with us as a silent teacher, showing that in the heart of the home lies not only walls and roofs, but openness, connection, and peace. That was the end of our previous story. Before we continue, I kindly ask you to give this video a like and subscribe to the channel, so these calm journeys into the past will always be here for you at bedtime. Now let us move on to the next story in our series of Boring History for Sleep, the first map of the known world. As we begin this new story in our series of Boring History for Sleep, let us turn our attention to one of the earliest and most fascinating attempts by humanity to represent the world on a flat surface, the first map of the known world. Maps are so familiar to us today that we may forget how extraordinary the idea once was. The notion that the vastness of rivers, mountains, seas, and lands could be reduced to lines and symbols drawn upon clay or parchment. Yet long before satellites and compasses, long before the tools of modern science, ancient peoples sought to capture their surroundings in images, guided by memory, observation, and imagination. One of the oldest surviving maps that claims the title of a world map is the so-called Babylonian map of the world, also known as the Imago Mundi. This artifact, discovered in the ruins of Sippar, in Mesopotamia and now preserved in the British Museum, dates to around the 6th century BCE, though it may reflect traditions even older. Carved on a small clay tablet, no larger than a human hand, the map presents a circular image of the world as Babylonians understood it. At the center lies the city of Babylon itself, the heart of their universe, placed with deliberate symbolism rather than precise geography. Radiating from it are rivers, mountains, and regions that the Babylonians knew, arranged in a circle bounded by a great ring of water, described as the Bitter River, the cosmic ocean that encircled the earth. The map is simple, almost abstract, yet behind its simplicity lies an entire worldview. To the Babylonians, geography was not measured in distances, but in relationships, in the way places connected to each other and to the divine. Babylon was central not because of its size, but because it was the cultural and religious axis of their world. Around it were Assyria, Urartu, and other familiar lands, drawn as small shapes on the tablet. Beyond the encircling river lay mysterious regions labeled as islands, each associated with myth or legend. These were not places that one could travel to easily, but realms of imagination, reminders that the world extended beyond what was known, into zones of wonder and danger. This map was not intended as a tool for navigation, nor would it have guided a traveler across Mesopotamia. Rather, it was a symbolic image, a way of expressing order in a cosmos that might otherwise seem overwhelming. By drawing the world as a circle with Babylon at its center, the makers of the map affirmed their sense of place within a vast universe. The presence of inscriptions around the edges of the map, describing distant lands where fantastic creatures lived or where the sun disappeared, shows how myth and geography intertwined, how the boundaries of knowledge were shaded with imagination. Yet even as the Babylonian map served symbolic purposes, it also reflected real observations. Rivers were drawn branching out, mountains were represented, and cities were located in relation to each other. It was not entirely a fantasy, but a blend of reality and belief. In this sense, it reveals the early stages of cartography, when humans first attempted to organize space visually to take the confusing variety of the Earth and set it into a comprehensible form. The Imago Mundi is not unique in showing this early impulse. Other fragments of maps from Mesopotamia suggest that scribes and scholars experimented with drawing land divisions, irrigation canals, and boundaries of fields. The same civilization that gave us cuneiform writing also gave us this attempt to represent space, showing that the urge to record extended not only to language, but also to geography. Imagine for a moment the scribe who carved the Babylonian map. He sits with a clay tablet freshly smoothed, stylus in hand, tracing the outline of a circle. Into it he presses symbols for rivers and mountains, names of cities, and the boundary of the great ocean. Around the edges he writes notes about lands of mystery, places no Babylonian had seen, but that existed in imagination. The tablet dries, hardens, and endures across millennia, carrying to us the image of how one ancient culture saw the world. It is a simple artifact, small and unassuming, yet it represents a profound step in human thought, the attempt to compress the immensity of Earth into a single image. When we hold this image in mind, we see that the first map of the known world was not only a record of geography, but also a mirror of belief, an attempt to make sense of the vastness by placing oneself at the center. It tells us less about where rivers truly flowed or where mountains actually stood, and more about how Babylonians understood their place in creation. And so, as you drift quietly into rest, you may picture that clay tablet, its circular lines etched by a careful hand long ago, showing a world at once small and infinite, bounded and mysterious, real and imagined. As we continue our quiet journey into the story of the first map of the known world, let us look more closely at the cultural and symbolic meaning of the Babylonian tablet. For the Imago Mundi is not only a record of geography, but also a reflection of belief, a mirror of how ancient people understood the relationship between themselves, their land, and the cosmos. To the Babylonians, the world was not simply a matter of rivers, mountains, and cities, but a sacred order shaped by divine power. The placement of Babylon at the very center of the map was no accident. It symbolized the city's role as the axis mundi, the cosmic center where heaven and earth connected. Babylon was not only a political capital, but also a spiritual one, home to great temples such as the Esagila, dedicated to Marduk, the chief deity. To draw Babylon in the center of a circle was to affirm its role as the heart of the universe, the point from which the order of the world radiated. Around Babylon, the map arranged familiar lands in symbolic positions. Assyria, Elam, and Urartu appear not with precise distances, but as neighbors in a cosmic order. The rivers, particularly the Euphrates, were shown branching from the center, giving life to the lands around them. This was both geography and theology, for rivers were seen as gifts of the gods, sustaining human civilization. The circle that enclosed the known world represented the cosmic ocean, the bitter river that surrounded the earth. This encircling sea was a boundary, marking the edge of human knowledge and the start of mystery. Beyond it, the map depicts 7 or 8 triangular shapes, interpreted as islands or distant regions. Each of these was associated with myth, with descriptions inscribed in cuneiform suggesting lands of strange animals, monstrous beings, or cosmic phenomena. One inscription speaks of a place where the sun is never seen, another of a land of immense distances, another of a region filled with wonders. These places were not destinations for travel, but markers of imagination, boundaries where myth and geography blended. The presence of these mythical regions tells us something important about how ancient people used maps. For them, a map was not a guide for navigation in the modern sense, but a diagram of meaning, a way to situate the known within the unknown, the real within the cosmic. It gave reassurance that the world, however vast and mysterious, had a structure, and that human beings, centered in Babylon, had a place within it. The map was therefore a teaching tool as much as an artifact. Scribes, priests, or scholars may have used it to explain the order of the world to students or worshippers, pointing out the role of rivers, lands, and the great ocean. The inscriptions along the edge served as both explanation and reminder that knowledge had limits, that beyond the circle of familiarity lay realms accessible only through imagination or divine revelation. The Imago Mundi also reflects the Babylonian way of blending myth and history. For the Babylonians, the past was not separated from the divine, but infused with it. To map the world was not only to show where cities lay, but also to express how the gods had ordered creation. The act of drawing the circle itself may have symbolized completeness, the wholeness of the cosmos, with the gods above and the underworld below. Within this symbolic frame, human life gained context and meaning. Imagine, for a moment, a Babylonian scholar unrolling this concept before students in a temple school. He points to Babylon in the center, explaining its role as the seat of Marduk, then gestures to the rivers flowing outward, speaking of their importance for crops and trade. Then he traces the encircling ocean, describing it as both a boundary and a mystery, a place where the world ended and the unknown began. Finally, he points to the triangular regions beyond, telling stories of distant lands filled with marvels, tales that blend observation with legend. The listeners, seated quietly, absorb not only geography, but also the reassurance that the world had meaning, that it was ordered and bounded, even if vast. The symbolic nature of the Imago Mundi also reminds us of how early cartography differed fundamentally from modern maps. Today we expect precision, scale, and accuracy. We measure distances, mark coordinates, and rely on maps to guide us across land and sea. For the Babylonians, none of this was necessary. What mattered was order, relationship, and symbolism. The map was less about measurement and more about orientation. Orientation not in miles or leagues, but in meaning. Where are we in relation to the gods? Where is the boundary between the known and the unknown? Where do we place ourselves in the cosmos? These were the questions the map answered. And so, as we reflect on the Babylonian map of the world, we see not only an early attempt at cartography, but also a profound statement of belief. It shows us that human beings, even in the earliest stages of recorded history, sought to impose order on the immensity of existence, to draw lines around the unknown, to find reassurance in symbols. The first map of the known world was therefore not a navigational tool, but a spiritual diagram, an image that calmed the uncertainty of existence by shaping it into a circle with a center. It is a reminder that maps are always more than lines on clay or paper. They are reflections of how people understand themselves, their world, and their place within it. As we continue our quiet exploration of the first map of the known world, it is important to see how the Babylonian vision was not an isolated invention, but part of a larger human impulse to represent space, to take the overwhelming vastness of land and water and compress it into forms that could be understood. After the Imago Mundi, other ancient cultures produced maps that echoed and expanded upon the idea of placing the known within the unknown. In Mesopotamia itself, tablets have been found showing detailed field boundaries, canals, and irrigation systems, some centuries older than the world map. These practical maps, though more modest in scope, reveal the same impulse: to record space with symbols, to give order to land that sustained life. The Babylonian map of the world may therefore be seen as a symbolic counterpart to these practical diagrams, the cosmic vision that complemented the everyday reality of farming and irrigation. In Egypt, while no complete world maps survive, we see evidence of geographic knowledge inscribed in temple walls and papyri. The Turin papyrus map, created around 1150 BCE, is often considered the oldest surviving topographical map. It shows not the whole world, but a region of gold mines in the desert east of the Nile. The map depicts hills, valleys, and roads with surprising accuracy, suggesting that Egyptians too valued the idea of representing terrain on a flat surface. Though not a cosmic diagram like the Babylonian map, it reflects the same human need to visualize space, whether for ritual or for resource management. In Greece, the impulse took on new forms as philosophers and scholars sought to place the known world within a rational framework. By the 6th century BCE, Greek thinkers such as Anaximander speculated about the shape of the earth and produced maps that attempted to represent it as a disk surrounded by ocean. Later, Hecataeus of Miletus created a more systematic map around 500 BCE, describing lands and peoples in a work known as the Pre-Aegesis, or description of the earth. His map, though lost, is thought to have built upon the same circular model, with Greece at the center and foreign lands radiating outward, echoing the Babylonian idea of placing one's own city at the cosmic heart. By the time of Herodotus, in the 5th century BCE, maps had begun to reflect both travel and imagination. Herodotus described distant lands in his histories, from Egypt to Scythia to India, blending observation with myth, much as the Babylonians had done. The maps that accompanied such descriptions were not precise, but symbolic, showing rivers, mountains, and peoples in relation to each other rather than in measured distance. This blending of myth and reality persisted for centuries, reminding us that maps were never just tools for navigation, but also frameworks for thought. In China, early cartography developed along its own path. By the 4th century BCE, maps were being drawn on silk, bamboo, and eventually paper, showing rivers, mountains, and administrative boundaries. These maps were more practical than symbolic, used for governing large territories. Yet even in China, cosmological diagrams accompanied geographic maps, showing heaven and earth as ordered systems. The impulse to blend the practical and the cosmic was universal, for people everywhere sought not only to navigate the land, but to understand their place within the larger order of existence. Returning to the Babylonian map, we can see it as both a beginning and a reflection of this wider human impulse. It was a beginning because it preserved in physical form the attempt to represent the world as a whole, however limited the known world was at the time. It was also a reflection, for it emerged from traditions of recording fields, rivers, and boundaries, extending the logic of mapping from the local to the cosmic. The circle of the map may have been small, but its meaning was vast, capturing not only geography, but also belief. Imagine the slow progression of these ideas across centuries. A Babylonian scribe presses lines into clay, forming a symbolic circle. An Egyptian draftsman paints roads and valleys on papyrus, carefully shading hills with ink. A Greek philosopher sketches the earth as a disk, surrounding it with the sea. A Chinese official draws rivers and towns on silk, folding the map for a general to carry. Each act is different, yet all are connected by the same quiet impulse: to make the world visible, to bring the distant near, to hold the vast within the small. These early maps remind us that cartography is not only a science, but also an art of imagination. For to draw the world is to interpret it, to decide what matters and what does not, to place oneself within the infinite. And so, as we reflect on the Babylonian map of the world, we see that it belongs not only to Mesopotamia, but to all humanity, part of a shared heritage of seeking order within chaos. It is small, crude, and symbolic, yet it is also profound, for it represents the first known attempt to draw the world entire. In that sense, it is both artifact and idea, surviving across millennia as a reminder that the human desire to map is as old as civilization itself. As the tradition of mapping slowly spread and evolved, the Greeks played one of the most important roles in transforming the idea of a symbolic world map into something closer to systematic geography. The Babylonians had drawn the world as a circle, with Babylon at the center and unknown lands on the edges. The Greeks inherited this impulse to centralize and symbolize, but they also added philosophy, observation, and mathematics. For them, maps were not only drawings of land, but reflections of cosmic order and rational thought. By the 6th century before the Common Era, thinkers like Anaximander of Miletus had begun to speculate that the Earth itself was not simply a flat expanse, but had form and symmetry. Anaximander is said to have created one of the first Greek maps of the world, showing Europe, Asia, and Libya, the name by which Africa was known to the Greeks, all surrounded by a great ocean. Though none of his maps survive, ancient writers describe them as attempts to represent not just myth, but measured relations between lands. His successor Hecataeus of Miletus expanded this vision around the year 500 before the Common Era. Hecataeus traveled widely and collected knowledge from sailors, merchants, and earlier traditions. His map, like Anaximander's, was circular, with Greece in the center, but it included more detail: rivers, mountain ranges, and names of peoples. He also wrote a work called the Paradisus, or Description of the Earth, in which he organized known lands into regions, describing customs and geography. Though it blended myth with fact, it marked an important step toward geography as a discipline, showing that maps could serve as companions to written accounts of the world. By the time of Herodotus, in the 5th century before the Common Era, Greek maps had become both tools and symbols. Herodotus described lands far beyond Greece, including Egypt, Persia, and India. He spoke of the Nile, the deserts, and the strange animals of distant regions. He mentioned maps drawn by earlier Greeks and criticized some of them, showing that the accuracy of representation had become a subject of debate. Even if the maps themselves were still highly symbolic, The idea that one could question and compare them reflected a growing awareness of geography as something more than myth. Later, Greek philosophers and geographers continued to refine these ideas. By the 4th century before the Common Era, philosophers like Aristotle discussed the shape of the Earth, arguing that it must be spherical, not flat, based on observations of stars and shadows. If the Earth was indeed a sphere, then maps would have to change to reflect a curved surface, even if drawing such a shape on flat parchment remained difficult. This insight marked a profound shift from symbolic diagrams like the Babylonian map of the world, for it introduced the idea that geography was tied to natural laws, rather than only to myth or cultural perspective. The culmination of these Greek advances came with the work of Claudius Ptolemy in the 2nd century of the Common Era, though this was centuries after Anaximander and Hecataeus. Ptolemy's geography preserved the tradition of mapping the known world, but added mathematical principles, using coordinates of latitude and longitude to fix locations. His maps, though imperfect and based on limited data, represented a conceptual leap, the idea that the world could be systematically divided and measured, that each place could be given a position on a grid. This was far beyond the symbolic circles of the Babylonians, though the impulse to place one's own world at the center still lingered. What is important to notice is that even as the Greeks refined mapping into a more systematic science, they carried forward the same basic human need seen in the Babylonian tablet: the desire to reduce vastness to a symbol, to draw boundaries around the unknown, to put the self at the center of a cosmic diagram. The Babylonians used clay and cuneiform to sketch rivers, mountains, and distant islands. The Greeks used parchment and ink to sketch continents and seas. Both were doing the same thing, translating experience and imagination into a form that could be seen and shared. Imagine a Greek traveler unrolling a scroll in a shaded colonnade, pointing to the shapes of lands he had never seen. Imagine him explaining that the world was not endless chaos, but a circle, or perhaps a sphere, with places connected by rivers and seas. Imagine the listeners, eyes wide, as they saw distant lands appear on parchment for the first time. These moments remind us that maps were not just technical tools, but also performances of knowledge, stories told through lines and symbols. And so, as the Greeks took the idea of mapping further than the Babylonians, they did not erase the symbolic origins, but transformed them. The circle became a grid, the myth became a measurement, and the world that once ended at the edge of the clay tablet now stretched into infinite possibility. In this way, the Babylonian map of the world finds its successor in Greek geography, and the chain of cartographic imagination continues. When the Roman Empire rose to prominence, the art of mapping did not vanish, but took on new shapes that reflected the empire's character. Unlike the Greeks, whose philosophers and geographers often sought to measure and reason about the world as a whole, the Romans were practical people who valued maps for governance, administration, and military control. To them, maps were not primarily instruments of speculation about the Earth's curvature or cosmic order, but tools for building roads, organizing provinces, and moving legions across vast territories. The Romans inherited Greek ideas but adapted them for their own needs, and in doing so, they extended the chain of cartographic tradition that began with the Babylonians and was transformed by the Greeks. One of the most striking Roman contributions to cartography was the itinerarium, or road map, which did not show the world in realistic proportions, but instead depicted routes, stations, and distances. These maps were like travel guides for officials and soldiers, enabling them to know how far it was from one town to the next, where to stop, and how long the journey might take. The most famous surviving example of this tradition is the Putinger Table, a long scroll that shows roads across the Roman world, from Britain in the west to India in the east. The Putinger Table is not to scale and does not represent geography as we think of it today, yet it captures the essence of Roman mapping. It was a network of connections, a visualization of empire through lines of movement rather than precise measurements of land and sea. Roman administrators also used cadastral maps to record property ownership and taxation. These were detailed surveys of land parcels, showing boundaries, plots, and names of owners. They were part of the immense bureaucratic machinery that allowed Rome to control its provinces and collect revenue. In these maps, we see how the Roman mind approached geography as a matter of order, control, and utility, not only as a philosophical puzzle. Yet even within Rome, there were echoes of the Greek tradition of speculation. Writers like Pliny the Elder and Strabo preserved knowledge of earlier Greek geography and blended it with Roman accounts of distant places. Strabo in particular, though Greek by origin, wrote during the age of Augustus and compiled descriptions of the known world in his 17-book geography. His work did not include maps, but served as a companion to them, offering descriptions of lands, peoples, and climates. Through authors like Strabo, Roman readers were introduced to ideas of the earth as a sphere, the arrangement of continents, and the relations of seas and mountains. Still, the Roman imagination of the world remained largely imperial. The empire at the center, its roads spreading outward like veins, the provinces organized into zones of governance. In this sense, Roman cartography echoed the symbolic impulse of the Babylonian clay tablet, placing one's own world at the heart of the map, even if the details had changed. Meanwhile, outside the Roman sphere, other traditions of mapping continued to develop. In China, cartographers had long drawn maps on silk and wood, recording rivers, mountains, and cities with remarkable precision. The Chinese tradition emphasized the harmony between landforms and human society, reflecting philosophical ideas of balance. Some maps from the Han Dynasty show grids and scales that prefigure later European innovations, suggesting that the impulse to measure and order the world was not confined to one culture. In India, too, cosmological maps depicted the universe as a series of concentric circles, with Mount Meru at the center and continents spreading outward, reflecting religious cosmology more than geographic measurement. These maps, though symbolic, served purposes similar to those of the Babylonian and Greek diagrams, giving order to space and placing the self within a cosmic whole. The interaction of these traditions, Roman, Greek, Babylonian, Chinese, and Indian, shows that cartography has never been a single linear story, but a tapestry woven from many cultures. Each added its own perspective, whether practical, symbolic, or philosophical, and together they shaped the way humans conceived of the world. Returning to Rome, we can imagine a governor unrolling a roadmap in his villa, tracing the line of a road from Rome to Gaul, counting the stations, estimating the days of travel. We can imagine a surveyor in a province marking out parcels of farmland, inscribing lines on parchment to record ownership for taxation. These scenes show how maps were used not only for wonder or speculation, but for the daily business of empire. Yet we can also picture a scholar in a Roman library reading Strabo or Pliny, tracing with his finger the descriptions of India, Africa, or the mysterious lands beyond the known world, his imagination traveling far beyond the empire's borders. In these multiple uses of maps, practical and speculative, symbolic and administrative, the Roman tradition of mapping stood as a bridge between the early symbolic circles of the Babylonians and the scientific grids of Ptolemy. It reminds us again that the purpose of a map has never been fixed. Sometimes it is to measure, sometimes to control, sometimes to dream. The Romans, with their vast empire of roads and provinces, showed how a civilization could use maps to knit together an enormous territory. And in doing so, they kept alive the ancient impulse to reduce vastness to symbol, to make the unknown knowable, and to place human order upon the earth. With the fall of the Western Roman Empire, and the long centuries of what Europeans later called the Middle Ages, the character of maps changed once again, shaped by new priorities and new visions of the world. Geography did not vanish, but its focus shifted, and the symbolic weight of religion began to overshadow the rational geometry of the Greeks and the administrative pragmatism of the Romans. For medieval Europeans, maps were often not designed to guide travelers from one city to another, but to explain the order of the universe as they understood it, blending theology, tradition, and inherited fragments of classical knowledge. The most famous form of these maps is the Mappa Mundi, great diagrams of the world that place Jerusalem at the center, echoing the old Babylonian idea of putting one's own sacred world at the heart of creation. These maps were not realistic by modern standards, yet they were filled with meaning, illustrating biblical history, the journeys of apostles, and the spread of Christian faith. One of the most striking examples is the Hereford Mappa Mundi, created around the year 1300 and still preserved in Hereford Cathedral in England. On a large sheet of vellum, it shows the known world arranged in a TO pattern. The circular world is divided by a T into 3 continents: Asia at the top, Europe on the bottom left, and Africa on the bottom right, all enclosed by the O of the surrounding ocean. At the center, Jerusalem is depicted as the point of spiritual focus, the place where heaven touched earth. The map is crowded with illustrations of biblical events, mythical creatures, and exotic peoples said to live at the world's edges. To modern eyes, such images may seem fanciful, but to medieval viewers, they were not decorations but lessons, reminders of the moral order of the universe. In these maps, geography and theology were inseparable. At the same time, Islamic scholars in the Middle East were carrying forward and transforming the classical heritage of Greek and Roman geography. In Baghdad during the Abbasid Caliphate, scholars translated the works of Ptolemy and other Greek geographers into Arabic, preserving knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. They also created new maps and treatises that combined empirical observation with religious and cultural perspectives. Al-Idrisi, working in Sicily in the 12th century for the Norman king Roger II, compiled one of the greatest geographical works of the medieval world, the Tabula Rogeriana. His map was based on reports from travelers and merchants, and though it was oriented with south at the top, it represented a serious attempt to record coastlines, rivers, and cities with accuracy. Al-Idrisi's work demonstrates that while European maps were dominated by symbolic mappamundi, other parts of the world continued to develop cartography with an eye to measurement and description. Yet even in Europe, not all maps were purely symbolic. Monastic scholars sometimes drew simple diagrams of their immediate surroundings, marking rivers, monasteries, and roads, while merchants used rudimentary portolan charts to navigate the Mediterranean. These charts, emerging in the 13th century, marked a return to practical mapping. They showed coastlines, harbors, and compass directions, enabling sailors to find their way more reliably across the sea. The mixture of symbolic mappamundi and practical portolans shows how diverse medieval mapping could be, depending on whether the purpose was spiritual reflection or worldly travel. Still, the dominant image of the world for most Europeans remained theological, with maps serving as visual sermons as much as geographic references. The medieval imagination populated the edges of maps with marvels and wonders, dog-headed men, people with faces in their chests, lands of eternal darkness. These figures were drawn not to deceive, but to instruct, reminding viewers of the strangeness of creation and the mysteries beyond the known world. The maps themselves were often displayed in churches, reinforcing their role as tools of devotion. In this way, medieval maps were closer in spirit to sacred icons than to navigational charts. Yet we must remember that this symbolic focus did not represent ignorance so much as a different set of priorities. Medieval Europeans knew the earth was round, as preserved from ancient knowledge, but their interest was less in measuring distances than in situating human history within divine order. Their maps were theaters of memory, places where past, present, and future could be inscribed upon the same surface. In the East, Chinese cartography also continued to develop during this period. Maps of the Tang and Song dynasties showed provinces, rivers, and mountain ranges with considerable accuracy. They were often drawn on grids, reflecting a methodical approach to surveying. Unlike the symbolic mappamundi of Europe, Chinese maps leaned toward practical administration and geographic detail. The coexistence of such different approaches shows how mapping always reflects the values of the society that produces it. The Middle Ages, therefore, did not erase geography, but reshaped it. Symbolism and faith dominated in one region, empirical description and trade in another. Together, these traditions prepared the way for the great changes of the Renaissance, when classical learning would be revived in Europe and merged with new discoveries across the oceans. As Europe slowly emerged from the medieval world and entered what later generations called the Renaissance, the art and science of mapmaking began to shift once again, drawing new energy from rediscovered classical texts and from the expanding horizons of trade and exploration. The Renaissance was marked by a hunger for knowledge, a revival of Greek and Roman learning, and an increasing curiosity about lands beyond the familiar. Maps, which in the Middle Ages had often been dominated by symbolism and theology, began to take on a new balance of science and art, reflecting both the lingering medieval traditions and the new humanist spirit that placed observation and discovery at the center of intellectual life. One of the great catalysts for this transformation was the rediscovery and wider dissemination of Ptolemy's Geographia. Translated into Latin in the early 15th century, this ancient work provided European scholars with detailed methods for projecting the curved surface of the Earth onto flat maps, as well as coordinates for hundreds of places known to the classical world. Though Ptolemy's data were incomplete and sometimes inaccurate, the very idea of using mathematical principles to create maps was revolutionary for Europeans of the time. The Geographia inspired generations of cartographers to think in terms of grids, latitude, and longitude, moving away from purely symbolic depictions. At the same time, the growing importance of trade in the Mediterranean and beyond created demand for practical maps. Portolan charts, first developed in the late Middle Ages, became even more widespread. These charts showed coastlines with surprising accuracy, marked harbors, and included compass roses radiating lines in all directions to help sailors set their courses. While they did not depict inland regions with much detail, they were invaluable to mariners who sought to navigate increasingly ambitious routes across seas. The age of exploration that dawned in the 15th century expanded the horizons of mapmaking in dramatic ways. As Portuguese navigators moved down the coast of Africa, and as Spanish ships crossed the Atlantic, the known world of Europeans grew beyond anything their ancestors had imagined. Each voyage brought back new information, and cartographers struggled to integrate these reports into their maps. Early depictions of the Americas, for example, were crude and speculative, sometimes portraying them as large islands or as extensions of Asia. Gradually, however, as expeditions multiplied, outlines of new continents began to emerge. The invention of the printing press in the mid-15th century further accelerated this process, allowing maps to be reproduced and circulated more widely than ever before. Maps ceased to be rare treasures confined to monasteries and royal courts, and became objects of study, trade, and even decoration. Wealthy merchants and princes commissioned beautiful world maps that combined geographic knowledge with artistic embellishment, filling empty spaces with ships, sea monsters, and ornate compass roses. Some of the most famous Renaissance maps, such as the Cantino Planisphere of 1502 or the Waldseemüller World Map of 1507, reflect both the excitement and the uncertainties of the era. The Cantino map, smuggled from Portugal to Italy, shows the coastlines of Africa, India, and even Brazil, illustrating how rapidly new discoveries were altering Europe's picture of the world. The Waldseemüller map is especially significant because it is the first known map to use the name America, honoring the explorer Amerigo Vespucci, who argued that the newly encountered lands were not part of Asia but a separate continent. The Renaissance approach to mapping was not only scientific but also deeply artistic. Cartographers treated their works as masterpieces, combining careful measurement with calligraphy, illustration, and decoration. Maps became a medium through which the grandeur of the world and the ambition of human inquiry could be displayed. Large wall maps adorned universities, palaces, and libraries, serving as both tools of knowledge and symbols of prestige. At the same time, maps carried political meaning. They asserted claims to territory, displayed the power of kings and empires, and even justified colonial ventures. To draw a line across a map was not a neutral act. It could determine spheres of influence and shape the destinies of peoples. The Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494, dividing the newly discovered lands outside Europe between Spain and Portugal, is a reminder of how maps could serve as instruments of diplomacy and control. Yet despite their new precision, Renaissance maps were still filled with uncertainties and blank spaces. Much of the interior of Africa remained unknown to Europeans, and the vast Pacific Ocean was only gradually revealed through long and perilous voyages. Cartographers often left these regions open to speculation, filling them with imaginative drawings or Latin inscriptions such as terra incognita, meaning unknown land. This mixture of knowledge and mystery is part of what gives Renaissance maps their enduring fascination. They capture a world in transition, poised between medieval symbolism and modern science, between inherited traditions and new discoveries. They remind us that mapping has always been as much about imagination as about measurement, as much about what is hoped and feared as about what is known. By the end of the 15th century and the beginning of the 16th, Europe's image of the world was expanding at a pace unprecedented in human history, and maps were the canvases upon which this expansion was recorded. As the Renaissance continued into the 16th century, the relationship between discovery, cartography, and power became ever more visible. Each newly drawn coastline, each adjustment of a river or mountain range on parchment, carried with it not only scientific progress, but also political meaning. Maps were no longer simply aids for sailors or scholars. They became emblems of authority, propaganda tools, and symbols of prestige. Rulers commissioned lavish world maps to adorn their courts, and in doing so, they declared their role in the unfolding drama of global expansion. One of the most remarkable aspects of this period is how maps became instruments of empire. The Portuguese, with their steady exploration along the African coast and eventual arrival in India, guarded their cartographic knowledge as closely as they guarded their spice trade routes. Charts were state secrets, sometimes punishable by death if leaked. Yet information has a way of escaping, and rival powers such as Spain, France, and England soon built their own maps, drawing on both stolen knowledge and their own expeditions. A striking example of this secrecy and rivalry is the Cantino planisphere, created around 1502. This map was smuggled from Portugal to Italy, showing in surprising detail the recent Portuguese discoveries in Africa and South America. Its theft illustrates how maps themselves were commodities of immense value, as precious as gold or spices. The Cantino map demonstrates how the shapes of continents were beginning to emerge with recognizable outlines, though often distorted. Brazil is shown as a large protrusion across the Atlantic, and Africa's coastlines, carefully charted by Portuguese sailors, are strikingly accurate compared to earlier depictions. Just a few years later, another map, the Waldseemüller World Map of 1507, would mark an even greater milestone. Printed in Germany, it was the first known map to use the name America. This choice, honoring Amerigo Vespucci, who argued that the newly discovered lands were not part of Asia, but a new world, reflects how maps could shape language and identity. Once a name appeared on a widely circulated map, it gained permanence. Waldseemüller's map spread across Europe, and the name America eventually became the accepted designation for entire continents. The act of naming, like the act of drawing, was a form of power. The Renaissance also saw the rise of decorative mapmaking, where cartographers were as much artists as they were scientists. They filled the edges of their works with allegorical figures, sea monsters, and ornate compass roses, blending knowledge with imagination. These embellishments were not merely for ornament. They reflected the sense of wonder and mystery that still surrounded much of the globe. Blank spaces were invitations to dream and speculate, reminders that the known world was still just a fragment of a larger, largely unseen whole. At the same time, the technical side of cartography advanced. Mapmakers began to refine projection methods, seeking ways to represent the curved surface of the Earth on a flat plane. The Ptolemaic grid system of latitude and longitude was increasingly employed, though with many inconsistencies. Gerardus Mercator, a Flemish cartographer of the 16th century, would later revolutionize mapmaking with his famous projection that allowed sailors to plot straight-line courses, though at the cost of distorting landmasses near the poles. His innovation demonstrates how maps always involve compromises, balancing accuracy with utility. Beyond Europe, maps also played a role in encounters with other civilizations. When Europeans arrived in the Americas, Africa, and Asia, they encountered peoples who had their own mapping traditions. Native peoples often produced spatial representations that emphasized relationships, routes, and sacred places, rather than geometric accuracy. These were not recognized by Europeans as true maps, yet they reveal another way of understanding and depicting space. The Renaissance cartographers often dismissed or absorbed these indigenous contributions, overlaying them with their own frameworks of measurement and naming. Nevertheless, in subtle ways, the knowledge of local guides and informants found its way into European charts, shaping the outlines of coasts and the placement of rivers. The 16th century also brought an explosion in the availability of printed maps thanks to the printing press. For the first time in history, maps could be mass-produced and distributed widely. They entered the homes of merchants, scholars, and even ordinary citizens who could afford them, spreading new conceptions of the world to a broad audience. This democratization of knowledge altered the cultural meaning of maps. They were no longer only for kings and sailors, but also for classrooms, libraries, and parlors, where they served as objects of curiosity and pride. The printed atlas, pioneered by Mercator and his successors, became a new way of organizing knowledge about the Earth. These collections of maps offered not only practical information, but also a coherent vision of the world as a whole. They represented a universe that could be seen, measured, and ordered, even if many parts of it remained unknown. By the end of the Renaissance, maps had become mirrors of an age that was at once curious, ambitious, and deeply entangled in the politics of expansion. They remind us that the first maps of the known world were not neutral documents, but living artifacts, reflecting the dreams and struggles of the societies that created them. In their blend of artistry, science, and authority, Renaissance maps embody the restless spirit of an era standing at the threshold of modernity. The 16th century reached one of its most decisive turning points in the history of cartography with the work of Gerardus Mercator, whose name would become synonymous with one of the most influential projections ever created. Mercator, a Flemish cartographer born in 1512, lived at a time when sailors were constantly searching for ways to navigate the seas with greater precision. The challenge was that the Earth, a curved sphere, could never be represented on a flat surface without some distortion. Earlier mapmakers had tried various methods, but each carried flaws. Some preserved shapes but not distances. Others kept distances accurate but warped coastlines beyond recognition. Mercator's genius lay in finding a compromise that, while not perfect, served the pressing needs of sailors during the great age of exploration. In 1569, Mercator published his world map using a projection that stretched the globe in such a way that lines of constant compass bearing, called rum lines, appeared as straight paths. For sailors, this was revolutionary, because it meant that they could plot a course across the ocean and follow it without constant recalculation. The map, however, introduced distortions of its own. Land masses near the poles, such as Greenland, appeared far larger than their actual size, while equatorial regions were comparatively shrunken. Yet despite these inaccuracies, the Mercator projection became a cornerstone of navigation and eventually of general mapmaking, its utility outweighing its drawbacks for centuries. The projection itself illustrates the paradox of all maps. They are abstractions, models of reality that simplify in order to be useful, but in simplifying, they always alter the truth. Alongside this technical revolution came a cultural transformation in the way maps were consumed and understood. The rise of the printed atlas, pioneered by Mercator himself, and later perfected by his successors such as Abraham Ortelius, created a new format for organizing geographic knowledge. Ortelius's Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, published in 1570, is often regarded as the first modern atlas. It brought together dozens of maps into a single volume, standardized in size and accompanied by descriptive text. The atlas offered not just information, but a vision of the world as coherent, ordered, and increasingly knowable. This format spread rapidly across Europe, purchased not only by navigators and scholars, but also by wealthy merchants, princes, and even curious members of the public who wished to hold the world in their hands. Maps became cultural symbols of sophistication and learning, objects to display in libraries and studies. The interplay between scientific accuracy and decorative flourish continued to define Renaissance and early modern cartography. While projections and measurements improved, mapmakers still filled their creations with rich imagery. Oceans teemed with sea monsters, ships, and allegorical figures of winds. Borders were framed with elaborate scrolls, coats of arms, and personifications of continents. Such imagery reflected both the imagination of the age and its anxieties, as the vast unknown was populated with mythical creatures to give form to uncertainty. This mixture of science and art meant that maps appealed on multiple levels. They were practical guides, educational tools, and aesthetic works. They told stories not only of geography, but of human ambition, curiosity, and imagination. At the same time, maps were deeply entangled in global politics. The division of the New World between Spain and Portugal, enshrined in the Treaty of Tordesillas of 1494, was itself a cartographic act. A line was drawn across the Atlantic, and entire continents were partitioned by ink on parchment. Later, as England, France, and the Netherlands rose as maritime powers, maps became instruments of propaganda, asserting claims to territories often long before actual settlements were established. To possess a map was to possess a claim, and to publish a map was to announce a vision of empire. The consequences of this were profound. Boundaries and names established on European maps often disregarded the realities of local geography and the presence of indigenous peoples. Yet once inscribed on a map, these names and borders acquired authority, shaping treaties, colonial charters, and the way Europeans perceived distant lands. In this sense, maps were not only reflections of the world, but also active forces in creating the political landscapes of the future. By the end of the 16th century, the known world had taken on a form that we today would recognize. The outlines of the Americas, Africa, Asia, and Europe were familiar, even if details remained inaccurate or speculative. Australia and Antarctica lingered on the edges of imagination, sometimes depicted as vast southern continents to balance the globe. The sense of mystery persisted, but it was now framed within a more complete picture of Earth as a single, interconnected sphere. What began with the simple Babylonian clay tablet thousands of years earlier had evolved into a science and art capable of encompassing the globe. The journey from symbolic circles to Mercator's projection shows how the first maps of the known world were not just practical instruments, but mirrors of human history itself, reflecting our endless desire to see, to measure, and to give meaning to the spaces we inhabit. As the story of early maps reaches its conclusion, it is worth reflecting on how these creations shaped not only the way people traveled and traded, but also how they understood themselves and their place in the wider universe. A map is, at its core, a representation, a simplified image of something infinitely more complex. Yet across centuries, from the clay tablets of Mesopotamia to the parchment scrolls of medieval Europe, from the portolan charts of Mediterranean sailors to the printed atlases of the Renaissance, each new attempt at charting the world was also an attempt at charting human identity. Every line drawn on a map, every coastline traced, every mythical sea creature or wind god painted on its margins told as much about the culture that produced it as it did about the land and sea it claimed to represent. In ancient Babylon, the symbolic world map reflected a cosmos ordered by divine will, with rivers, cities, and mountains arranged as sacred landmarks. In Greece, thinkers like Anaximander and later Ptolemy sought to impose reason and mathematics on the globe, offering not just a picture, but a theory of how the earth could be measured. During the Middle Ages, when European maps often placed Jerusalem at the center, geography served a theological purpose, reminding viewers that the world was a stage for spiritual struggle and salvation. When the age of exploration arrived, maps shifted again, becoming practical instruments of conquest and commerce, tools of empire that guided ships across oceans and justified territorial claims with inked lines across distant continents. The act of mapping the world thus carried immense symbolic power. It gave people the illusion of mastery over spaces they had never visited. To see the outline of Africa or the Americas on a piece of paper was to feel, at least momentarily, that the vast and dangerous unknown could be contained within human understanding. This was both empowering and misleading. For the sailors who relied on maps, accuracy could mean survival. But for the kings and merchants who commissioned them, maps were statements of ambition, instruments of authority, and evidence of destiny. By the time of Mercator, Ortelius, and their successors, maps had become both scientific and cultural artifacts. They represented not only progress in geometry, astronomy, and navigation, but also the anxieties of an expanding world. Sea monsters still swam at the edges, not only because cartographers lacked information, but because mystery itself had a place on the page. The coexistence of fact and fantasy in early maps speaks to the human need to balance knowledge with imagination. Even as explorers returned with precise measurements, there remained corners of the earth filled with speculation, the here-be dragons of legend. It is telling that even now, centuries later, modern maps still carry traces of this dual role. We may use satellite imagery and digital coordinates, yet our maps continue to do more than guide us. They influence politics, mark boundaries, and shape our sense of identity. They determine who belongs where, what resources lie within which borders, and how nations imagine themselves in relation to neighbors. The first maps of the known world remind us that geography is never neutral. It is always entangled with power, memory, and meaning. Looking back, the evolution of cartography can be seen as a mirror of human history itself. At first, the world was drawn small, centered, bounded by myth. Then it expanded with reason, mathematics, and exploration. Finally, it became global, a sphere seen as a whole, with its lands and seas measured, named, and contested. Each stage reveals both progress and limitation. The Babylonian clay tablet now seems simple, yet in its time, it carried profound significance. Mercator's projection revolutionized navigation, but it also distorted the world in ways that still shape perceptions today, making northern lands appear larger, more dominant than equatorial regions. Such distortions remind us that maps, though they appear objective, are human choices made with particular purposes. In that sense, the first maps were less about discovering the truth of geography and more about creating a framework for understanding, a language through which people could speak about the unknown. The story of the first map of the known world is thus not a tale of a single artifact, but of an ongoing conversation between people and place, between curiosity and certainty, between mystery and knowledge. To trace its history is to trace our own desire to situate ourselves in space and time, to mark where we stand, and to imagine what lies beyond. Even as technology advances, the essence remains the same. Every map, from clay tablet to satellite screen, is an echo of that ancient impulse to draw a circle, place a mark, and say, "Here is where we are." And perhaps, in the quiet of night, when maps lie folded or glowing faintly on screens, they remind us of something deeper, that to know the world is also to accept its vastness, its complexity, and its unending mystery. That concludes our previous story. Before we move on to the next one, I would kindly ask you for a like and a subscribe. It truly helps us continue bringing you these calm journeys through the past. And now, let us continue with the next tale in our series of Boring History for Sleep, as we arrive at how people measured the earth with shadows. In the quiet world of antiquity, when people looked at the sky and wondered how far the horizon stretched, the question of Earth's size did not belong only to philosophers and dreamers. It was a puzzle that touched traders, farmers, and travelers alike. For the more one knew about the distances across land, the better one could plan journeys, measure fields, or map the stars. Among the many methods conceived by ancient minds, perhaps the most elegant and deceptively simple was the use of shadows, those dark companions cast by the sun as it marched across the heavens. At its heart, this method relied on geometry, a discipline already well loved in ancient Egypt and later systematized in Greece. People noticed that at certain times of the day, when the sun stood high, a vertical stick or column would cast a shadow whose length changed with the angle of the sun. It was in the slow observation of these shadows that the first steps toward measuring the very circumference of the planet were taken. Imagine a quiet Egyptian city at noon, the sun nearly overhead, where tall obelisks were built not only as monuments, but also as silent sundials. When the summer solstice arrived, something remarkable was observed. In the city of Siene, located near what we now call Aswan, people noticed that on this very day at noon, vertical objects cast almost no shadow at all. The sun's rays fell straight into the depths of wells, illuminating the water below, and it became clear that here, at this latitude, the sun stood directly overhead. Yet hundreds of miles to the north, in Alexandria, the same sun at the same moment produced noticeable shadows, extending at a fixed angle from vertical poles. The difference between the two was more than a curiosity, it was a key. The Greek thinker Eratosthenes, who lived in the 3rd century BCE, recognized this. Serving as the librarian of the famed Library of Alexandria, Eratosthenes had access to knowledge from across the known world, but he was also a keen observer himself. When he learned of the strange behavior of shadows at Siene, he began to connect dots. If in one place at noon on the solstice the sun was directly overhead, while in another place far to the north the sun was tilted at an angle, then perhaps this angle could be used to measure the earth itself. The earth, he reasoned, must be curved, because only on a curved surface would the sun's rays strike differently at different points at the same moment. To test this, Eratosthenes needed two crucial pieces of information: the angle of the sun's rays in Alexandria at noon during the solstice, and the distance between Alexandria and Siene. For the first, he set up a vertical stick, known as a gnomon, and carefully measured the length of the shadow it cast. By applying basic geometry, he calculated the angle of the sun to be about 7 degrees, or 1/50th of a full circle. For the second, he relied on the distance recorded by professional surveyors who traveled the Nile. The distance was said to be roughly 5,000 stadia, a unit whose exact length is debated today, but was widely used at the time. With these two pieces in place, Eratosthenes performed a leap of thought that astonished his contemporaries. If 7 degrees represented the curvature between Alexandria and Syene, then multiplying this portion by 50 would give the full circle of the Earth. 50 times 5,000 stadia equaled 250,000 stadia. Adjusting for some rounding, he declared the Earth's circumference to be about 252,000 stadia. Depending on the exact conversion of stadia to modern units, this was astonishingly close to the actual circumference of the planet. With nothing more than shadows and patient reasoning, Eratosthenes had revealed the size of the world. What makes this moment even more extraordinary is the calmness with which it unfolded. No elaborate machinery, no great voyages, no celestial revelations were needed. Just the stillness of the summer solstice, a stick, a shadow, and the ability to trust in the harmony of geometry. People today may take for granted that Earth is round and measurable, but in those days, to state with confidence not only that Earth was spherical, but also to put a number to its girth was revolutionary. It changed the way people thought of maps, distances, and the very possibility of circumnavigation. The story of shadows was more than a calculation. It was a testament to the human capacity to look at something ordinary and see in it the key to something vast. As the sun rose and set, as shadows lengthened and shrank, ancient people found in those quiet movements a mirror of the great curve of the Earth itself. It is in this quiet realization that one can almost hear the murmur of antiquity, whispering the first numerical truth about the planet beneath our feet. The success of Eratosthenes' method rested not only on the brilliance of his geometry, but also on the simplicity of his tools. It is worth imagining for a moment the atmosphere of the ancient world where such calculations took place. The bustling streets of Alexandria, filled with merchants, scholars, and sailors, provided the perfect backdrop for questions that were both practical and philosophical. Alexandria was no ordinary city. It stood as a beacon of learning, with the great library and museum drawing scholars from across the Mediterranean. Within this intellectual climate, Eratosthenes, who served as chief librarian, had access to maps, travel logs, and astronomical records. Yet it was his curiosity that allowed him to link these resources to the play of shadows. Shadows, after all, are among the most common of natural phenomena. Every child in antiquity would have noticed how their shadows stretched long in the morning and evening, then shrank at noon. Farmers relied on the shifting shade to gauge the time of day, while priests and astronomers used sundials to mark celestial events. But where others saw only the passage of time, Eratosthenes saw the curvature of the Earth. His calculation was not flawless. The unit of the stadion varied across cultures, and the distance between Alexandria and Syene was not measured with the exact precision we demand today. Even so, the result was astonishingly accurate, so much so that later scholars would marvel at how close it was to the true circumference. To think that such knowledge came from no grand expedition, but from quiet observation, makes the story feel almost meditative. Consider the logistics of the measurement itself. In Alexandria, on the appointed day of the solstice, a gnomon, a simple vertical stick, was carefully placed upright. As the sun reached its zenith, observers measured the length of the shadow with string and straight edges. From the ratio of shadow to stick height, the angle of the sun could be determined. This angle, about 7 degrees, represented the difference between the two cities on the curved surface of the Earth. Meanwhile, in Syene, the lack of shadow at the same time confirmed the sun's vertical position there. In linking these two observations, Eratosthenes transformed everyday experience into planetary measurement. What makes this achievement more striking is the cultural context. Many ancient civilizations had speculated about the shape of the Earth. Some, like the Babylonians, envisioned it as a flat disk. Others, like the early Greeks, had begun to suggest it was spherical, drawing on observations such as the curved shadow cast by the Earth during lunar eclipses. Yet speculation alone did not give a number. Eratosthenes bridged philosophy and measurement, producing not just a theory, but a tangible calculation. In this sense, he exemplified the Greek pursuit of knowledge, the blending of logic, geometry, and empirical observation. The fact that he chose to use shadows is almost poetic. Shadows are fleeting, insubstantial, and yet, when measured carefully, they revealed something as massive and enduring as the size of the earth. His method reminded the world that great truths need not come from extraordinary instruments. Sometimes they come from the patient interpretation of ordinary sights. Later generations built on this foundation. Roman surveyors refined distances, medieval scholars preserved his writings, and Renaissance thinkers reintroduced his insights to a Europe ready to explore the seas. Even today, school children can replicate his experiment with little more than 2 sticks placed miles apart, proving once more the enduring elegance of his method. There is something quietly comforting in this continuity, as if the shadow of a stick across the ages still carries the echo of that first realization. As time went on, the measurement of the earth became not just a matter of intellectual curiosity, but also of navigation and empire. Maps needed accuracy, trade routes demanded precision, but all of this grandeur can be traced back to the moment when Eratosthenes looked at a shadow and dared to think it could measure the world. His achievement stood as a reminder that in the play of light and dark, in the dance of the sun across the sky, lay the keys to understanding the planet itself. For those who lived in that era, the earth suddenly felt both larger and more knowable. No longer an infinite expanse of mystery, it became a sphere with boundaries that could be measured, charted, and perhaps, one day, circumnavigated. The quiet power of this realization, born from shadows, lingered long after the sun had set on that solstice day. When reflecting on how Eratosthenes reached such an ambitious conclusion with tools so basic, it helps to picture the rhythm of daily life in ancient Egypt and Greece. The ancients had long been attuned to the cycles of the sun, not as an abstract curiosity, but as a constant companion in work and ritual. Farmers knew when to sow and reap by the angle of sunlight. Sailors trusted the rising and setting of celestial bodies to find their way across seas. Priests scheduled their ceremonies by solar calendars. The human relationship with the sun was intimate, and yet to transform that relationship into a calculation of the Earth's size required a unique spark of imagination. Eratosthenes understood that if shadows fell differently in Siena and Alexandria at the same moment, it must mean the Earth was curved. To someone today, this seems obvious, yet in his time, to draw such a conclusion demanded confidence in both reason and geometry. In a world without satellites, compasses, or long-distance measuring tools, the reliance on proportion was a masterstroke. The Earth's circumference was too vast to measure directly, so it had to be approached indirectly, with angles and logic. This indirect reasoning became one of the earliest triumphs of scientific thought, showing that the human mind could grasp realities far beyond immediate reach. Consider for a moment the scale of such insight. When Eratosthenes announced that the Earth measured approximately 250,000 stadia, he was offering not merely a number, but a shift in perspective. Suddenly, human beings could imagine themselves on a globe, a surface curved beneath their feet, an immense body suspended in space. This awareness redefined their place in the cosmos. No longer confined to flat maps or mythical edges of the world, people could now begin to think of the Earth as finite yet immense, measurable yet awe-inspiring. The legacy of that realization traveled through centuries. His calculation influenced later geographers and astronomers, shaping the maps used by Roman administrators, medieval travelers, and Renaissance explorers. When Christopher Columbus planned his voyage westward, he leaned on estimates of Earth's size, though he underestimated the distance to Asia. The chain of influence traced back, in part, to Eratosthenes' shadow-based experiment. Even when errors crept in, the principle remained solid. The Earth could be measured with reason and observation, not myth. Shadows, humble as they are, thus carried profound meaning. To sit quietly in Alexandria on a solstice day and watch a stick cast its thin, dark line was to glimpse something universal. The angle of that shadow was not just a local curiosity, but a clue about the shape of the entire planet. It is almost meditative to think that the turning of the Earth, the tilt of its axis, and the blazing distance of the sun all converged into that small pattern of light and dark. What might have passed unnoticed by most eyes became, in the hands of a curious thinker, a revelation. This episode also shows the importance of intellectual environments. Eratosthenes was not a solitary wanderer, but a librarian, surrounded by scrolls of mathematics, poetry, and history. The great library of Alexandria, though later lost, stood in his time as the repository of ancient wisdom. In those quiet halls, knowledge from Babylon, Egypt, and Greece intertwined. It was in such a setting that an idea born of one culture could be refined by another. The story of measuring the earth is therefore also a story of cultural exchange, of how knowledge grows not in isolation but in dialogue. The measurement, though breathtaking, also contained approximations and assumptions. The distance between Alexandria and Syene was estimated based on camel caravans or travelers' accounts, not exact surveying. The length of the stadion varied, leading to debates among modern historians about the true accuracy of his result. Some calculations place him within a small margin of error, others suggest a larger gap. Yet, even if his number was imperfect, the conceptual leap remained untouched. To think globally with such limited tools is itself a wonder, and this sense of wonder is perhaps the heart of why the story endures. For centuries, poets and philosophers have reflected on the human capacity to stretch beyond the immediate. To measure the earth with shadows is to affirm that the mind can travel further than the body, that thought can encircle a planet even when feet cannot. The quiet scene of a stick casting a shadow becomes, in this light, a symbol of curiosity itself, a symbol of the endless human drive to ask, to measure, to know. And so, as the sun set on that solstice day, Eratosthenes had given the world not only a number, but a method, a demonstration that simple observation joined with reason could unveil truths once hidden. That legacy, carried forward across generations, would form the foundation of science itself, whispering through time that even the faintest shadow may hold the measure of the world. To understand the deeper impact of Eratosthenes' experiment, one must also reflect on the philosophy of knowledge in his age. The Greeks had long celebrated the power of reason, and yet here was a demonstration that reason could measure the very scale of the world. This was no abstract puzzle or thought experiment. It was a practical test grounded in the observation of nature. A simple stick, a sun overhead, a difference in shadow, and the curvature of the earth revealed itself. In many ways, it showed that truth need not be hidden in distant heavens or sacred temples. It could be found in the ordinary and the everyday. Such a lesson resonated deeply with the broader Greek worldview that prized harmony, proportion, and balance. For Eratosthenes, mathematics was not separate from life, but woven into the fabric of existence. Geometry could describe not only triangles on a papyrus sheet, but the very planet under one's feet. It is worth imagining how people might have reacted upon first hearing his claim. Some would have been skeptical, doubting the accuracy of such indirect reasoning. Others might have marveled, awed by the boldness of assigning a number to the earth itself. For scholars and navigators, it opened possibilities, for to know the size of the earth was to begin to imagine new routes, new distances, and the very shape of journeys yet to be made. This was an age when myths still painted the edges of maps, yet in the midst of these myths, geometry quietly whispered a clearer picture. What makes this story even more compelling is that Eratosthenes' work was not preserved in his own words, but through references by later authors. Strabo, Cleomedes, and other commentators recorded his method, ensuring it did not vanish with the library's eventual destruction. This detail reminds us of the fragility of knowledge. For every idea that survives, countless others have been lost to fire, decay, or neglect. That the measurement of the earth endured is itself a fortunate accident of history, a testimony to the persistence of curiosity. In thinking about his method, one must also appreciate the challenges. Measuring the angle of a shadow demands care. Estimating distances between cities is never precise. The stadion, the unit of length he used, had variations, and scholars today still debate which version he applied. These uncertainties mean that while some estimates place his result within a remarkable 2% of the true circumference, others suggest larger deviations. Yet this uncertainty does not diminish his genius. On the contrary, it underscores his courage. To propose a number at all, knowing the limitations of the data, required intellectual boldness. It was a declaration that the world could be known through reasoning, even if perfect precision remained elusive. In modern eyes, accustomed to GPS satellites and precise instruments, such a method may appear quaint. But consider the symbolic weight. one man, with nothing more than his mind and a few observations, managed to encircle the earth in thought. This was not a feat of conquest or machinery, but of reflection. It is a reminder that science begins not with expensive equipment, but with questions, with the willingness to look carefully and to imagine connections where others see none. The story also hints at the humility embedded in great discoveries. Eratosthenes did not claim to have mapped the heavens or unlocked divine secrets. He simply asked why shadows behaved differently in different places and followed the logic where it led. This modesty, this grounding in the tangible, is what gives his work its enduring appeal. There is a quiet beauty in the image. In Siene, no shadow; in Alexandria, a tilt. Between these two moments lies the shape of the globe, the entire planet revealed through difference, through contrast, through the play of light. It is almost poetic, a geometry of sunlight that spans the deserts and rivers of Egypt to draw the first outline of the earth itself. The wider consequence of this realization was profound. By quantifying the earth, Eratosthenes set the stage for future explorations. His figure became a reference point for centuries. Even when later scholars debated its accuracy, they were participating in the tradition he began, the tradition of testing the world with numbers. Without such beginnings, there would be no latitude, no longitude, no global maps, no precise navigation across oceans. The line from a stick's shadow to a ship's compass is longer than it seems, yet it is unbroken. Each step in knowledge builds upon the courage of earlier steps. In this sense, Eratosthenes' shadow is still with us, cast not on stone or sand, but across the history of human thought. And perhaps this is why his story continues to be told in classrooms and books, centuries after his lifetime. It is not only the size of the earth that matters, but the reminder that the size of human curiosity can be just as vast. To measure the earth with shadows is to measure, in some quiet way, the reach of the human spirit itself. When reflecting on Eratosthenes and his remarkable measurement, it becomes clear that what truly sets his achievement apart is not merely the accuracy of the number he arrived at, but the mindset behind it. He lived in a world where most people still trusted myth more than mathematics, where the edges of maps were drawn with monsters and gods, and yet he dared to say that reason and observation could pierce the veil of uncertainty. In doing so, he gave the world something greater than a figure for the Earth's circumference. He gave it a method, a way of thinking that could be repeated, tested, and applied. This spirit of inquiry would ripple outward, influencing how knowledge was pursued for centuries afterward. Imagine standing in ancient Alexandria, looking up at the same sun that Eratosthenes studied, and realizing that its light and shadows could become a tool for truth. The act seems almost too simple, and yet in its simplicity lies its genius. To measure the earth with shadows is to accept that the cosmos is not beyond our reach, but woven into the fabric of daily life. Each beam of sunlight, each shadow cast on stone or sand, carries within it a message about the greater order of things. What Eratosthenes revealed is that the world itself can be read like a book, if one only has the patience to learn its language. The importance of his insight is further magnified when one considers the challenges of his era. Without modern instruments, without telescopes or satellites, he had to rely on the careful use of geometry, records of distances, and the alignment of the heavens. His work was vulnerable to error at every step, from estimating the distance between Siene and Alexandria to interpreting the exact angle of the shadow. And yet, despite these hurdles, he came astonishingly close to the truth. Even if later scholars debated the precision of his stadion or recalculated his methods, none could deny the audacity of the attempt. He had shown that the earth was not infinite, not unknowable, but a measurable sphere. Such knowledge carries with it a profound shift in perspective. When one knows the size of the earth, one begins to think differently about one's place in it. Cities and kingdoms become smaller, distances more relative, and the horizon no longer feels like an unending boundary. Eratosthenes' work opened the door to global thinking long before globalization was even imagined. To calculate the Earth's circumference is to hint at the possibility of circumnavigation, to suggest that one might sail around the world and return to the starting point. It is to envision human movement not as confined to narrow valleys or coastlines, but as stretching across oceans and continents. His calculation, therefore, was not just about numbers. It was about imagination, about what became thinkable once the globe had been given form. The fact that his method survived, passed down through commentators like Cleomedes, underscores the lasting impression it left. Even as empires fell, as the Library of Alexandria burned, as centuries of turmoil swept across the Mediterranean, the essence of his experiment endured. Scholars in later ages would revisit it, sometimes refining, sometimes disputing, but always acknowledging its brilliance. In this way, Eratosthenes' shadows stretched far beyond Egypt, reaching into the intellectual heritage of Rome, the Islamic Golden Age, and eventually Renaissance Europe. Each time his work was rediscovered, it reminded thinkers that truth could be uncovered not by divine decree, but by reasoned observation. Perhaps one of the most moving aspects of this story is how fragile such knowledge is. Had his writings been entirely lost, had later authors failed to mention him, we might never have known that a man in ancient Egypt once measured the earth with shadows. His method might have vanished into the silence of history, just as countless other discoveries surely did. The survival of his idea is thus a testament not only to his genius, but to the resilience of curiosity itself. It shows how fragile the thread of knowledge can be, and yet how strong it becomes when carried forward by those who care to preserve it. Today, when one hears of Eratosthenes, it is easy to focus on the number, to marvel at how close he came to the modern value, but perhaps the deeper lesson lies elsewhere. His experiment teaches us that truth does not always require grand instruments or vast resources. Sometimes it requires nothing more than a question, the discipline to test it, and the patience to follow where the evidence leads. It teaches us that the cosmos reveals itself in ordinary things, in the way shadows fall, in the tilt of the earth, in the daily march of the sun across the sky. To see this is to realize that the boundary between the mundane and the profound is thin indeed. Every shadow is both a passing moment and a doorway to the infinite. Eratosthenes walked through that doorway, and in doing so, he allowed others to follow. His shadows still stretch into our own time, reminding us that even in the simplest observations lies the potential to reshape how humanity sees the world. The legacy of Eratosthenes' shadow experiment did not end in the sunlit streets of Alexandria. It spread quietly through centuries, sometimes remembered, sometimes forgotten, but always ready to reemerge when the world was prepared to think on a global scale again. After his time, scholars across the Hellenistic world took inspiration from the idea that the earth could be measured and mapped, even though not all accepted the spherical earth as a fact. Some clung to older beliefs, some misinterpreted his numbers, yet the seed had been planted. By showing that geometry could explain the natural world, Eratosthenes made it difficult for future thinkers to ignore the evidence. As Rome rose to dominance, practical knowledge often outweighed theoretical speculation. Yet Roman surveyors, engineers, and navigators inherited fragments of the Greek tradition. They built roads stretching across Europe, measured aqueducts, and calculated angles with surprising precision, even if they did not fully repeat Eratosthenes' grand experiment. The Roman world was vast, but its intellectual curiosity about Earth's exact size was less urgent than the need to maintain order and infrastructure. Still, in scattered manuscripts and commentaries, the memory of Eratosthenes' calculation lingered. When the Roman Empire gave way to centuries of upheaval, the light of classical knowledge dimmed but did not vanish. In the medieval period, much of this wisdom traveled eastward into the hands of scholars of the Islamic Golden Age. In Baghdad, in Damascus, in Cordoba, libraries flourished again, and with them came the rediscovery of Greek science. It was here that Eratosthenes' shadows found new interpreters. Al-Mamun, the Abbasid caliph, is said to have sponsored a project in the 9th century to measure the Earth's circumference using a method reminiscent of Eratosthenes, though with more elaborate instruments. Teams of scholars walked across the desert, measuring the distance required for a star to shift 1 degree in the sky, and their results, astonishingly, came close to the truth as well. In this way, the spirit of Eratosthenes lived on, proving that the idea of measuring the Earth through careful observation was not bound to one culture or one age. It was a universal method, open to anyone with patience, curiosity, and discipline. Centuries later, as Europe entered the Renaissance, ancient texts resurfaced, carried through trade routes, translated from Arabic into Latin, and placed once again into the hands of scholars eager to revive lost wisdom. Among these works were references to Eratosthenes, reminding new generations that a man in ancient Egypt had once dared to measure the world with shadows. This rediscovery came at a time when Europe was preparing to expand outward, when navigators dreamed of crossing oceans and merchants sought new trade routes. To those explorers, the question of Earth's size was not an abstract curiosity. It was a practical necessity. If one believed the Earth smaller than it truly was, as Columbus famously did, voyages seemed shorter and less daunting. If one followed Eratosthenes' more accurate measure, the vastness of the oceans became clear. History turned on how these numbers were interpreted, and the shadows cast in Alexandria, centuries before, continued to shape human destiny. One cannot help but marvel at how an observation so ordinary, a shadow at midday, could echo across ages, influencing empires and shaping the paths of explorers who would redraw the maps of the world. This endurance illustrates something profound. Truth, once glimpsed, has a way of resurfacing, even if temporarily obscured. Eratosthenes' method served as a bridge between eras, showing that the pursuit of knowledge is not linear, but cyclical, carried forward, lost, and found again. It reminds us that each discovery is part of a chain, a thread woven into the larger fabric of human understanding. What is perhaps most striking is how little the natural world has changed in all this time. The same sun that rose over Siene rises today, casting shadows that speak the same geometry. The Earth's curve has not altered. The distance between Alexandria and Aswan remains. What changes is only the human willingness to observe, to record, to interpret. Eratosthenes' work thus becomes a mirror in which each generation can see its own reflection, its own relationship to knowledge and to the cosmos. His experiment tells us that the answers are already here, waiting to be seen, written into the fabric of nature itself. We need only the courage to look closely and the wisdom to interpret what we see. That is why his story still matters, why it is retold in classrooms, why it endures in quiet corners of history channels and whispered bedtime retellings. It is not just about shadows, it is about the enduring power of reason, the faith that the world is intelligible. In a way, each retelling of Eratosthenes' experiment is a small reenactment of his discovery, a reminder that the Earth, vast though it is, can be grasped by the human mind. His legacy lives in every map, in every globe, in every child who looks at a shadow and wonders what it means. When we reflect on the quiet brilliance of Eratosthenes' shadow experiment, it is tempting to imagine it as an isolated moment in history, a single flash of genius in the bright Mediterranean sun. Yet the truth is that his method represents a deeper pattern of human thought, the idea that simple observations can unlock profound truths about the universe. For centuries, people had stared at shadows without wondering what they meant, using them only to tell time or to find shelter at midday. But Eratosthenes looked differently, seeing in the tilt of the Earth's surface and the angle of the sun's rays a vast geometric puzzle waiting to be solved. His willingness to measure and compare turned a commonplace phenomenon into evidence of the Earth's roundness and size. This act reminds us that progress in knowledge is less about inventing entirely new things and more about asking questions about what we already see. And from that perspective, the shadows in Alexandria were not just fleeting dark shapes, but voices of the cosmos speaking in geometry. The importance of this way of thinking did not fade with him. It became a cornerstone of the scientific tradition that followed. The medieval scholars who translated Greek texts, the Islamic astronomers who repeated the experiments, the Renaissance navigators who sought to calculate their routes across seas, all inherited the quiet lesson that nature speaks clearly if one learns to observe patiently. Even in modern times, the echoes of Eratosthenes' experiment can be found in classrooms where students place sticks in the ground to recreate his discovery, marveling at how something so ancient still feels fresh, almost magical. Teachers ask children to measure the lengths of shadows at noon and then compare results across distances, and suddenly they realize that they too are touching the curve of the Earth, that they are repeating an experiment older than any laboratory, and in doing so, they bridge the gap between their own small lives and the grandeur of the planet itself. There is something humbling in this realization, for it shows how little the human condition has changed. We may fly in airplanes and launch satellites into orbit, but the principles that let us know the Earth is round were always present, visible to anyone who looked carefully. Eratosthenes did not have rockets or telescopes, only logic and shadows, yet his estimate of Earth's size was remarkably close to what modern instruments confirm. The fact that ancient reasoning could align with 21st century precision should give us pause, a reminder that progress is not just about technology, but about perspective, about cultivating the ability to see meaning in simplicity. The story of shadows is therefore a story of continuity, a thread that connects the ancient librarian of Alexandria to today's scientists, surveyors, and explorers. It whispers to us that truth is not hidden in distant galaxies alone, but is here on the ground, in the play of sunlight and shade, in the way two cities hundreds of miles apart can reveal the size of a planet. This continuity also demonstrates why Eratosthenes' experiment has become a symbol beyond science, a metaphor for curiosity itself. Philosophers speak of it as proof that reason can penetrate mystery, educators see it as a timeless lesson in inquiry, and storytellers retell it as an allegory of human potential. By turning shadows into knowledge, Eratosthenes turned the ordinary into the extraordinary, and that transformation is what inspires us still. It reminds us that in every era, whether in Alexandria, Baghdad, Florence, or the modern classroom, the same sun shines, casting the same lines of light and dark, inviting us to measure, to calculate, to understand. In this sense, the earth itself becomes the most ancient teacher, offering lessons written not in books, but in the geometry of nature. And as long as there are eyes to notice and minds to question, those lessons will never fade. What makes this story especially powerful for us today, in a world of endless distractions and complex technologies, is its simplicity. The idea that one can step outside on a summer day, look at a stick in the ground, and through that act of noticing, glimpse the shape of the planet, is both grounding and liberating. It tells us that knowledge does not always require expensive tools or elite access, but rather attention, patience, and a willingness to connect small observations with larger truths. That message is as relevant to a student in a modern city as it was to a scholar in Alexandria, and perhaps even more so, because in a time when people often feel disconnected from the natural world, Eratosthenes' experiment calls us back to the ground, to the sunlight, to the slow turning of the earth itself. As we move deeper into the story of how people measured the earth with shadows, it becomes important to understand not only the brilliance of the experiment itself, but also the cultural and intellectual environment that made such a discovery possible. Eratosthenes lived in Alexandria, a city unlike any other in the ancient world, founded by Alexander the Great and developed into a center of knowledge by the Ptolemies. It housed the legendary Library of Alexandria, which sought to collect every text from every land. Within those walls, scrolls from Greece, Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, and beyond were gathered, studied, and compared. Eratosthenes himself was the chief librarian, which meant he had access to the world's accumulated wisdom, a unique position that gave him not only resources, but also the responsibility to think broadly. It was in this environment of scholarship and exchange that his idea took root. He was not simply staring at shadows by chance, but rather working within a culture that encouraged the linking of observation with calculation, of natural phenomena with geometry. When he heard about the well in Syene, where at noon during the solstice the sun shone directly overhead and cast no shadow, he immediately saw a problem worth exploring. The fact that Alexandria, north of Syene, did produce a shadow at the same moment meant the sun's rays must strike the earth at different angles depending on location. If the earth were flat, both places should have the same shadow or none at all. But because it was curved, the angle changed. This leap from simple observation to cosmic implication is what sets Eratosthenes apart, but it also reflects the intellectual daring of the Hellenistic world, where scholars sought not just to describe phenomena, but to explain them systematically. Once he measured the shadow's angle in Alexandria, approximately 7 degrees, he realized it represented a fraction of the Earth's circumference, specifically 1/50th. Multiplying the distance between the two cities by 50 gave him the total circumference. Here, the cultural importance of measurement becomes clear. He relied on reports of the distance between Alexandria and Syene, which were provided by professional surveyors who measured the journey using chains, or by counting the strides of trained walkers. Though the methods were not as precise as modern instruments, They were trusted enough to give a result astonishingly close to today's known value. What is remarkable is not just the mathematics, but the confidence that human beings could, through thought and careful measurement, grasp the size of their world. This confidence shaped later centuries of exploration and science. Mariners relied on such knowledge when venturing into open seas, cartographers used it to refine maps, and philosophers pointed to it as evidence of the power of reason. The experiment became part of a narrative that human intellect is capable of lifting the veil of mystery from nature. It is worth pausing to consider how revolutionary this mindset was. In many cultures, the shape and size of the earth were matters of myth, divine decree, or unquestioned tradition. Eratosthenes and his peers instead treated the earth as something measurable, a physical body subject to geometry, not just poetry or legend. This approach would echo across centuries, influencing medieval Islamic scholars who preserved and expanded on Greek knowledge, Renaissance thinkers who revived classical science, and modern scientists who built upon these foundations. Even today, when students recreate the shadow experiment, they are not merely performing an old calculation, they are stepping into the intellectual tradition of Alexandria, participating in a lineage of curiosity that stretches across continents and centuries. The simple act of comparing shadows becomes a symbol of human unity, for it shows how the same sun links distant cities and how the same earth curves gently beneath us all. In a quiet way, Eratosthenes' experiment reminds us that science is not only about answers, but about connection, about seeing how one observation here is tied to another far away. This sense of connection is why the story continues to inspire. It is not just about knowing the Earth's size, but about realizing that with patience and imagination, the universe is open to us, even with nothing more than shadows, sunlight, and the willingness to ask what they mean. The story of Eratosthenes and his shadows did not end with his calculation. The idea of measuring the Earth's circumference was so bold that it echoed throughout centuries, often retold with admiration, sometimes misunderstood, but always remembered as one of the earliest great feats of science. To appreciate its long legacy, one must look at how different civilizations received and adapted his work. In the centuries following his life, Greek scholars continued to debate and refine the numbers, comparing his result with those of other mathematicians. Some disagreed with the distance between Alexandria and Siena, proposing alternative figures, while others admired the elegance of his geometric reasoning. Yet what mattered most was not the exact number but the principle, that the earth could be measured. This idea traveled beyond Greece, carried by texts and scholars into the Roman world. The Romans, practical in their outlook, did not always pursue abstract science, but they valued geographical knowledge for administration and military campaigns. Eratosthenes' work influenced the geographer Strabo and the mathematician Ptolemy, whose maps of the known world built upon such calculations. Though Ptolemy later underestimated the Earth's circumference, leading to errors in navigation centuries afterward, the very act of placing the Earth into measurable coordinates came from the intellectual soil prepared by Eratosthenes. During the Middle Ages, the wisdom of the Greeks was preserved and expanded by Islamic scholars, who placed immense value on astronomy and geography. For religious and practical purposes, figures such as Al-Mamun in Baghdad commissioned new measurements of the Earth using methods similar to Eratosthenes, but more precise, involving teams of surveyors who measured the distance across flat deserts to determine how far 1 degree of latitude stretched. Their results, astonishingly close to modern values, showed that the shadow method was not an isolated experiment, but the beginning of a scientific tradition. Through translations of Arabic texts into Latin, Europe rediscovered Eratosthenes' ideas during the Renaissance, a period that celebrated the rebirth of ancient knowledge. For navigators like Columbus and Magellan, knowing the Earth was a sphere with a calculable circumference gave both courage and caution. Columbus famously underestimated the size of the Earth, believing Asia was closer than it was, yet the framework that encouraged his voyage stemmed from the ancient conviction that the Earth could be measured. Thus, Eratosthenes' insight indirectly contributed to the Age of Discovery, which reshaped global history. But beyond navigation and conquest, the story also became a symbol of human reason. Philosophers pointed to it as evidence that truth could be reached not through divine revelation alone, but through observation and logic. It became a teaching tool in schools, demonstrating how geometry, one of the purest forms of thought, could be applied to the real world. Even in modern times, educators recreate the shadow experiment to show students that science is not the property of laboratories or expensive machines, but can be practiced with the simplest of tools. A stick in the ground, a careful eye, and a curious mind are enough to reveal the scale of the planet. This accessibility makes the story endlessly appealing, because it tells us that knowledge is within reach of anyone who looks closely and asks questions. It is also a reminder of the importance of curiosity itself. Eratosthenes could have ignored the report about the well in Cyane. He could have dismissed it as a local oddity. Instead, he let his imagination play with the idea. What if the absence of a shadow there and the presence of one here meant something deeper? That willingness to explore, to not let the obvious pass unexamined, is the root of discovery. In this sense, the shadows that Eratosthenes studied were not only on the ground, but also in the human mind. Shadows of ignorance that could be lifted with the light of thought. His experiment was not just about measuring the earth. It was about demonstrating that the universe yields its secrets to those who dare to look. And in this way, the story continues to resonate, not just as history, but as inspiration for all who dream of understanding the world with clarity, patience, and courage. As we reach the conclusion of this story, it is worth pausing to reflect on why the tale of Eratosthenes and his shadows continues to hold such fascination. In the simplest terms, he showed that human beings are capable of grasping the immensity of the earth with nothing more than careful thought and simple tools. He had no telescope, no satellite, no airplane to survey the globe from above. He had only his mind, a few observations, and a geometry lesson. And yet, from these humble beginnings, he unfolded the roundness of the planet and gave it a measurable size. This is perhaps why his achievement still feels timeless. It does not belong to the distant past alone, but speaks directly to us today. It whispers that reason and imagination are stronger than ignorance, that the pursuit of knowledge can be both practical and profound, and that even in a world dominated by technology, the most powerful instrument remains the human mind. The experiment has another layer of meaning too. It demonstrates that truth is not always hidden in complex or inaccessible places. Often, it is right in front of us, waiting in the ordinary. A shadow falling across the ground is something everyone has seen countless times. Yet very few would think to ask what it might reveal about the earth. Eratosthenes looked more carefully, and because of that curiosity, he unlocked a secret of the universe. This tells us that discovery is not always about venturing to distant lands or inventing new machines. Sometimes it is about paying attention to what is near and finding the extraordinary hidden in the ordinary. His story also reminds us of the importance of record-keeping and the transmission of ideas. Had the observations at Cyane not been written down, had travelers not reported the curious absence of shadows there, had Eratosthenes not preserved his reasoning in texts, the chain of knowledge might have broken. But because it was passed on, debated, translated, and preserved, the insight traveled through time and across cultures, influencing scholars from Baghdad to Renaissance Europe, and eventually shaping the scientific world we live in now. It is a quiet lesson in how fragile and precious knowledge can be, how easily it can be lost, and how vital it is to share and preserve it. There is also something deeply human in the image of a man standing under the sun, watching the shadow of a stick, and realizing that he is not merely observing a local detail, but participating in the scale of the earth itself. It shows us that we are always part of something larger, connected to the cosmos whether we acknowledge it or not. Every sunrise and every shadow ties us to the grand rhythms of the planet, and by noticing them, we step into a wider understanding of existence. This perspective is both humbling and uplifting. Humbling because it reminds us that we are small compared to the earth, let alone the universe. Uplifting because it shows that even in our smallness we can comprehend great truths. The legacy of measuring the earth with shadows is therefore not just scientific, but philosophical. It invites us to cultivate patience, to value curiosity, to respect the power of observation, and to trust that through reason we can navigate the world. It suggests that no matter how overwhelming the universe may seem, we are not helpless in the face of its mysteries. We can ask, we can measure, we can understand. That is the true gift of Eratosthenes' work. And so as this story drifts to a close, imagine the warm sun of an ancient Egyptian noon, the silence of the desert air, and the slender shadow cast by a stick in the ground. Picture a man in a simple robe, gazing at that shadow, holding in his mind the shape of the earth itself. From such a quiet moment came a revelation that spanned millennia, reaching us here, reminding us that the search for knowledge is one of the most enduring and noble of human pursuits. It is a fitting end to a journey that began with light and shadow, with patience and thought, and that still inspires us to look a little more carefully at the world around us. And that brings us to the end of the previous story. Before we move on, if you enjoyed this quiet journey through history, please consider giving me a like and a subscription. Your support helps keep these calming stories alive. And now, let us continue with the next chapter in our series of boring history for sleep, as we drift into the long journeys of sea charts. When we speak of the long journeys of sea charts, we are really speaking of the quiet evolution of human curiosity, patience, and the slow accumulation of knowledge that happened not in sudden bursts of discovery, but in centuries of steady observation. Imagine for a moment a world without printed maps, without digital screens to tell you where you are, without even the comfort of a reliable compass in your hand. For early sailors, the ocean was both an opportunity and a terror, stretching out endlessly with no clear lines, no markers, no certainty of what might lie beyond the horizon. Yet across many cultures, people found ways to orient themselves, to record what they saw, and to pass it on to those who would set sail after them. The earliest sea charts were not the neat drawings we imagine today, filled with tidy coastlines and measured distances. Instead, they were practical, often crude records, scratched into wood, drawn onto parchment, or even remembered through oral traditions. In the Pacific, Polynesian navigators built stick charts from pieces of palm frond tied together, with shells or stones marking the location of islands. The curved sticks represented the way swells bent and currents moved around unseen landmasses. These were not maps in the sense we think of today, but they were charts of the sea in the most literal and functional way. A guide to motion, to rhythm, to the invisible forces that carried one canoe across hundreds of miles of ocean. In the Mediterranean, ancient Greek and Roman sailors compiled periploi, or sailing directions, which listed the sequence of ports and coastal features one would encounter if sailing along a given route. They did not attempt to draw the coastline to scale, but instead created a verbal chain of memory. Like beads strung together on a thread, each landmark described was a reassurance, a reminder that the sea was not completely unknowable, but could be followed, step by step, point by point. By the Middle Ages, as maritime trade grew across the Mediterranean and into the Atlantic, the demand for more precise sea charts grew as well. Merchants, after all, wanted more than memory or rough notes. They wanted confidence. Thus arose the Portolan charts, perhaps the most famous early form of European sea charts. Created in Italy and Catalonia, beginning in the 13th century, these maps were drawn on parchment, often sheepskin, with lines radiating out from compass roses that covered the page. These lines indicated directions to sail, while the coastlines were sketched with surprising accuracy, considering the tools available at the time. Portolan charts became prized possessions, often kept under guard, copied carefully by hand, and passed down as valuable instruments of trade. Unlike earlier symbolic maps that emphasized religious or philosophical meaning, the Portolan chart was relentlessly practical. It showed harbors, river mouths, and coastal features with great precision because lives and fortunes depended on it. Yet even these charts, remarkable though they were, covered only known waters. Beyond the familiar routes lay blank spaces, decorated with sea monsters, dragons, and imagined lands. Sailors did not yet know what was real, what was rumor, and what was myth. Still, the charts carried them further and further, encouraging journeys that expanded the map of the known world. The sea charts were more than tools. They were quiet companions, each line the residue of a voyage made, each name a trace of a port visited. For the sailor setting out from Genoa or Barcelona, from Alexandria or Lisbon, unrolling a Portolan chart was like unrolling the memory of countless others who had gone before. The knowledge embedded in those sheets was communal, painstakingly gathered from many journeys, tested by storms, and refined by experience. They spoke not of one man's achievement, but of generations who dared to cross uncertain waters. And as ships ventured further, as new coasts appeared, as islands were found and peninsulas traced, the charts themselves became long journeys, copied, carried, sold, and transmitted from one hand to another across Europe, Africa, and Asia. A chart might begin its life in Venice, pass through the hands of traders bound for Constantinople, and return years later with new notes scribbled in its margins. It was not static, but a living record marked by each voyage. And this is how sea charts, slowly, quietly, and almost without fanfare, came to define the way humans understood the seas that once seemed endless and unknowable. As sea charts spread from one culture to another, their journeys became as remarkable as the voyages they recorded. The Mediterranean, for centuries, a crossroads of trade and knowledge, served as the primary laboratory where the art of chart making evolved. Italian city-states such as Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, driven by their bustling merchant fleets, invested heavily in the careful production and exchange of portolan charts. Each sheet of parchment was expensive, often prepared from the skin of a single animal, scraped, smoothed, and treated until it could hold delicate ink lines and vibrant pigments. Onto these surfaces, cartographers traced coastlines with surprising accuracy, marking every harbor, promontory, and river mouth that might matter to sailors. These maps were practical tools, but they were also objects of beauty, often decorated with gilded compass roses, elaborate borders, and illustrations of kings, ships, and mythical beasts in unexplored regions. The spread of these charts was itself a story of transmission. Genoese traders carried them into the western Mediterranean, while Venetian merchants extended them into the eastern seas, toward Constantinople and the Levant. Catalan charts, particularly those produced in Majorca, became famous for incorporating not only coastal details, but also inland features, creating a hybrid between sea chart and world map. The Catalan Atlas of 1375, attributed to Abraham Cresques, is perhaps the best example of this fusion. It showed ports, routes, and compass lines, but also depicted distant kingdoms, from the Empire of Mali in West Africa to the lands of Cathay in the Far East, with notes about their rulers and customs. Yet even as these charts grew more sophisticated, they remained limited by the knowledge available to the sailors who supplied the information. A chart might represent the Mediterranean with exquisite precision, but leave the Atlantic as a vague sweep of coastline. Beyond familiar waters, imagination filled the gaps. On the edge of many charts appeared illustrations of giant fish, monstrous serpents, or ships vanishing into storms, symbols of both danger and ignorance. These decorations were not merely fanciful, but served as reminders that the ocean was only partly known and that caution was needed when venturing too far beyond the safe routes. It was in this period that charts themselves became items of secrecy and strategy. States guarded them as jealously as they did their gold or spices. In Genoa or Venice, chart makers might work under guild regulations, prohibited from sharing their techniques with outsiders. In Portugal and Spain, which would soon lead the age of oceanic exploration, charts became instruments of empire, locked in royal archives and only revealed to trusted captains. A single chart could represent the difference between profit and ruin, between a safe return and disaster at sea. For sailors, the possession of a reliable chart was like carrying the wisdom of generations. Imagine a merchant ship departing from Venice in the late 14th century, bound for Alexandria. The captain would spread the parchment across a table in the cabin, its lines radiating from compass roses like the spokes of a wheel. He would trace with his finger the coast of Dalmatia, the islands of Greece, the waters of Crete, and finally the long stretch toward Egypt. Every headland and harbor marked on the chart represented reassurance, a promise that others had sailed this way before. The crew could take comfort in knowing that their voyage was not into the unknown, but along paths already drawn by experienced hands. Over time, these sea charts began to travel farther than the Mediterranean. As Genoese and Portuguese sailors pushed into the Atlantic, seeking islands like Madeira and the Azores, they added new coastlines to their maps. Slowly, the familiar spiderweb of compass lines extended westward, out into waters once considered the edge of the world. Each new voyage meant adjustments to the charts, corrections scratched into parchment, names altered, distances revised. The maps were not fixed truths, but living documents, constantly revised by the hands of those who risked their lives on the sea. And as copies multiplied, each slightly different from the next, the charts themselves became travelers. A single portolan might begin in Venice, be sold to a Catalan merchant, copied by a Majorcan cartographer, and eventually carried by a Portuguese navigator into the Atlantic. The journey of the chart was itself a voyage, moving from city to city, hand to hand, gathering layers of knowledge with each exchange. In this way, sea charts reflected not just the geography of the ocean, but the networks of human interaction that spanned continents. They were objects of trade, gifts between rulers, spoils of war, and tools of survival. Every line inked on their surfaces carried with it the weight of countless footsteps on docks, the creak of ships at anchor, the voices of sailors describing headlands to patient cartographers. Each chart was a collective memory, fragile in material but immense in meaning, a silent witness to centuries of journeys both real and imagined. As the 15th century unfolded, the role of sea charts began to expand far beyond the Mediterranean. The Portuguese, guided by their royal patrons and an insatiable curiosity for trade and exploration, set out along the coast of Africa. Prince Henry the Navigator established a school at Sagres where sailors, mapmakers, and astronomers collaborated, exchanging information gathered from each voyage. It was here that charts became the backbone of what would later be called the Age of Discovery. Each expedition southward, along the unfamiliar Atlantic coast, added new fragments of information: the location of a river mouth, the outline of a cape, the direction of prevailing winds. These details, often painstakingly recorded by pilots who measured the sun with astrolabes and kept careful logbooks, were transferred onto parchment charts, slowly extending the known world. In this way, the map of Africa grew piece by piece, until the entire western coast was sketched from Morocco to the Cape of Good Hope. The possession of such a chart could mean the success of a voyage and the fortune of a nation. Portuguese charts were guarded with the utmost secrecy, treated as state treasures. Copies were limited, and access was restricted to trusted navigators sworn to loyalty. Even the smallest piece of geographic knowledge, such as the location of an island or the current of a gulf, might grant an advantage in the race for spices, gold, and new lands. Meanwhile, Spain, not to be left behind, commissioned its own explorers. Christopher Columbus, though Italian by birth, convinced the Spanish monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella that he could reach Asia by sailing west. When he set out in 1492, he carried charts that represented the Atlantic as a narrow expanse, underestimating its vastness. His voyage revealed lands unknown to Europeans, but the maps he carried had shaped his expectations and misled his calculations. In the aftermath, new charts were drawn to represent the Caribbean islands, the coastlines of Central America, and eventually the vast continents beyond. The process of updating sea charts was never simple. Cartographers worked with fragmentary and sometimes conflicting reports. A sailor might mistake an island for a peninsula, or exaggerate the size of a bay. One chart might show a headland that another left blank. The ocean was dynamic, and information could be distorted by storms, currents, or human error. Yet out of these uncertainties, maps slowly evolved, gaining accuracy with each revision. In many ways, charts were collaborative documents, created not by a single mind, but by generations of sailors, each leaving their mark. The Spanish established the Casa de Contratación in Seville in 1503, an institution dedicated to the control and regulation of overseas trade. It became a central archive for nautical charts, known as the Padrón Real, a master map constantly updated with new discoveries. Every captain returning from the Americas was required to submit information about the lands and seas encountered, which was then carefully integrated into the chart. This system allowed Spain to maintain a unified representation of the New World, a strategic advantage in both commerce and colonization. For ordinary sailors, however, charts remained both a tool and a mystery. Many could not read or write, yet they could interpret the lines of a portolan with intuitive skill. They traced coastlines with their fingers, measured distances by the span of a compass, and memorized landmarks that might mean safety or disaster. The chart was their silent companion, folded and unfolded in the dim light of a cabin, a fragile object that carried the weight of survival. At sea, the reality of the ocean often clashed with the certainty suggested by the maps. A headland might appear hours earlier than expected, or a harbor might not match the drawing. In such cases, sailors relied on both the chart and their senses, combining inherited knowledge with lived experience. Over time, confidence in charts grew, but they never replaced the necessity of careful watch and practical seamanship. The journeys of these charts were as long and winding as the voyages they represented. A single Portuguese map of Africa might be captured by French privateers, sold in Antwerp, copied by Dutch printers, and carried aboard ships bound for the East Indies. Along the way, errors might be introduced, names altered, coastlines exaggerated or omitted. The chart became a palimpsest of human ambition and imperfection, a living document shaped by countless hands. Yet despite these flaws, charts opened the world in ways that words alone could not. They transformed distant lands from rumors into visible shapes, connecting the unknown to the known. A sailor looking at the outline of Brazil for the first time could imagine the forests, rivers, and peoples that lay beyond, even if the chart showed only a thin ribbon of coastline. Maps gave form to curiosity and invited further exploration. They were both practical guides and symbolic markers of humanity's expanding horizon. By the end of the 16th century, the world as represented on sea charts had grown enormously. The Americas stretched across the Western Ocean, Africa was outlined with relative accuracy, and Asia, once reached only by caravan routes, was accessible by sea. What had begun as parchment sketches of the Mediterranean had become a global tapestry, a patchwork of coastlines that hinted at the immensity of the earth. And yet, vast areas remained blank, awaiting future voyages to fill in the gaps. In those blank spaces, imagination still lingered, as cartographers continued to decorate the margins with sea monsters, exotic animals, and speculative notes. The long journey of sea charts was far from complete, but by this time, they had become indispensable instruments of navigation, power, and knowledge. They were at once fragile objects of parchment and enduring symbols of humanity's determination to know and to explore. By the 17th century, the craft of sea charts had become not only a practical necessity for sailors, but also a political instrument for nations vying for dominance on the world's oceans. The Dutch Republic, small in landmass yet mighty in commerce, rose to prominence in maritime trade, and with it came an unprecedented expansion of cartography. Dutch mapmakers such as Willem Bleu and his son Joan Bleu transformed the art of charting into both a science and a business. Their atlases, lavishly decorated and widely distributed, were admired across Europe. But beyond their beauty lay an intricate system of collecting, verifying, and disseminating geographic knowledge. The Dutch East India Company, or VOC, was the driving force behind much of this activity. Established in 1602, it became one of the most powerful trading corporations in history, maintaining its own fleets, armies, and colonies. At the heart of its power was information, and the most precious form of information was found in sea charts. Captains sailing to the East Indies were required to carry company-issued charts, and upon return, they submitted logs and corrections that were incorporated into updated versions. These charts were guarded with great secrecy, locked away in the company's archives, known as the Kamer van Kaarten, or Chamber of Charts, in Amsterdam. It was here that the geography of Asia, Africa, and the far Pacific was pieced together with meticulous care. Unlike the more public atlases produced by the Bleu family for noble patrons, the VOC charts were utilitarian, stripped of ornamentation, and meant solely for navigation. They showed coastlines, islands, shoals, and anchorages with exacting precision, the result of years of observation by countless sailors. In this way, the Dutch built an empire not only on ships and cannons, but on lines of ink that connected distant seas. The story of sea charts in this period also reveals the tension between knowledge as a shared human endeavor and knowledge as a guarded secret. While printed atlases spread across Europe, inspiring curiosity and wonder, the most accurate charts were kept under lock and key, restricted to those whose livelihoods and loyalties aligned with the interests of powerful trading companies or royal courts. For the ordinary reader, the world map might show vast territories and imaginative embellishments, but for the navigator entrusted with a fleet, the chart in his cabin was a matter of life or death. At the same time, advances in navigation instruments improved the quality of maps. The magnetic compass, already long in use, was refined, while the development of the backstaff, and later the sextant, allowed sailors to measure latitude with increasing accuracy. Longitude, however, remained elusive. Without an accurate way to measure time at sea, sailors often misjudged their east-west position, leading to errors in charts and sometimes to shipwrecks. The problem of longitude would not be solved until the 18th century with the invention of the marine chronometer, but even in its absence, navigators relied on accumulated experience, dead reckoning, and the collective memory embedded in charts. The Mediterranean origins of Portolan charts, with their straight rhumb lines crisscrossing the sea, were gradually replaced by a new system of projection. Gerardus Mercator, a Flemish cartographer of the 16th century, had devised a way to represent the curved surface of the Earth on a flat chart so that compass bearings could be plotted as straight lines. Though his projection distorted landmasses, especially near the poles, it became invaluable for long-distance navigation. By the 17th century, the Mercator projection was widely adopted, enabling sailors to plot courses across oceans with greater confidence. Yet even with these innovations, charts were never final. They were always provisional, subject to correction and revision. One voyage might reveal a reef where none had been marked. Another might prove that an island previously drawn did not exist at all. Ghost islands and phantom capes dotted many maps, reminders of the uncertainty that clung to exploration. In the margins of charts, cartographers sometimes noted, "Here be dragons," or left blank spaces that invited both fear and imagination. The journeys of sea charts were as much about the unknown as the known, about the tension between reality and representation. For sailors in this era, a chart was both a promise and a warning. It promised the possibility of reaching distant lands, of trading spices, silks, and silver, but it warned of the dangers of straying beyond the lines, into seas where knowledge was absent. Many ships set out confidently with charts that seemed complete, only to be lost in storms or dashed upon reefs that no map had recorded. Each tragedy, however, contributed to progress, for survivors and witnesses returned with stories that added new detail to the collective record. The sea chart, therefore, became a vessel of memory, carrying not only lines and symbols, but also the echoes of countless lives lived at sea. To handle a chart in the 17th century was to touch a document that bore the labor of generations. The parchment carried traces of ink from earlier maps, layers of revision, and the fingerprints of sailors who unfolded it in the damp of a ship's cabin. It embodied the connection between knowledge and power, between survival and ambition. And as the Dutch and their rivals extended their reach across the globe, charts became silent witnesses to the rise and fall of empires. They charted not only coastlines, but also the contours of history itself, as nations carved their paths across the seas. As the 17th century gave way to the 18th, the journeys of sea charts continued to evolve, shaped by new discoveries, shifting political alliances, and the relentless drive of nations to expand their reach across the world's oceans. By this time, Britain, France, Spain, and the Netherlands were locked in fierce competition for colonies and trade, and at the center of this rivalry were the charts that guided fleets. The British Admiralty began to realize that its naval power depended not only on the number of ships it could launch, but also on the reliability of the maps those ships carried. In London, publishers like Mount and Page specialized in nautical charts, producing collections known as the English Pilot, which became standard references for sailors. These works compiled information from private voyages, naval expeditions, and captured enemy maps, gradually assembling a network of knowledge that supported British maritime dominance. The French, too, invested heavily in cartography. Under Louis XIV, the Académie des Sciences coordinated surveys and explorations, sending expeditions to chart the coasts of Canada, the Caribbean, and the Indian Ocean. French hydrographers prided themselves on scientific accuracy, and their maps were often admired for their elegance as well as their precision. Spain, though past its peak of maritime supremacy, still maintained vast colonies and relied on carefully guarded charts of its transatlantic routes. The Manila galleons, sailing between the Philippines and Mexico, followed paths that were memorized and mapped with secrecy, for these routes carried silver and spices worth fortunes. At the same time, smaller nations like Denmark and Sweden also produced charts for their Baltic and North Sea trade, contributing to a broader European tradition of maritime cartography. Yet even as charts became more refined, the challenges of the sea remained immense. Longitude continued to trouble sailors, and governments offered rewards for anyone who could solve the problem. the British Parliament passed the Longitude Act of 1714, promising a prize of £20,000, a sum equivalent to millions today, for a reliable method of determining longitude at sea. This challenge would eventually inspire the work of John Harrison, the clockmaker who built marine chronometers capable of keeping time with unprecedented accuracy. But before his inventions reached widespread use, sailors relied on imperfect methods such as lunar distances and dead reckoning, which left much room for error. Thus, sea charts of the 18th century were filled with cautious notations, warnings about uncertain positions, and sometimes even deliberate errors inserted by cartographers to detect plagiarism. Beyond Europe, the age of exploration brought new dimensions to cartography. Expeditions ventured into the Pacific, mapping islands, atolls, and coastlines that had been only faintly known before. The voyages of Captain James Cook in the 1760s and 1770s marked a turning point. Equipped with the latest instruments, Cook and his crew surveyed vast stretches of the Pacific with remarkable accuracy. His charts of New Zealand, Australia's east coast, and numerous Pacific islands set new standards, and many remained in practical use well into the 19th century. Cook's journals reveal the painstaking process of observation and recording, taking repeated bearings, noting the shape of headlands, measuring depths with lead lines, and sketching coastlines from different vantage points. Every detail mattered, for a misplaced island or misjudged reef could mean disaster for a ship. The accuracy of Cook's charts astonished his contemporaries and confirmed the idea that systematic scientific surveying could transform navigation. Meanwhile, charts were also finding new audiences beyond professional sailors. Wealthy collectors displayed atlases in their libraries, fascinated by the unfolding picture of the world. Decorative cartouches and illustrations of ships, sea monsters, and exotic peoples adorned many maps, blurring the line between scientific document and work of art. A chart of the Caribbean might show not only ports and reefs, but also engravings of sugarcane fields or parrots, inviting viewers to imagine distant lands. For those who never left Europe, maps were windows onto the world. For those who sailed, however, charts remained primarily tools of survival. A navigator might spend hours poring over a chart by lantern light, plotting courses with dividers and parallel rulers, while the ship pitched in heavy seas. The smell of salt, tar, and damp paper mingled in the cabin, and the faint inked lines on parchment were the difference between a safe landfall and disaster. Many charts bore the marks of use: creases from folding, stains from seawater, even the smudges of fingers that had traced coastlines in the dark. They were living documents, updated and corrected with each voyage, passed from hand to hand as knowledge expanded. And always the sea itself remained both a teacher and a test, revealing errors, confirming truths, and demanding respect. By the close of the 18th century, the journeys of sea charts had transformed the way humans saw the world. No longer were they confined to the Mediterranean or the coasts of Europe. Instead, they spanned oceans, connecting continents in a web of lines and bearings. They recorded not only geography, but also the ambitions of empires, the toil of sailors, and the slow accumulation of knowledge. They were imperfect, provisional, and sometimes misleading, but they carried humanity across vast waters, opening new horizons. The sea charts of this era remind us that progress is often the result of countless small steps, of errors corrected, of persistence against uncertainty. Each line drawn was a trace of a journey, each correction a lesson learned at great cost. And though the world grew smaller in the age of exploration, the mystery of the oceans remained, ensuring that the story of sea charts was far from over. As the 18th century moved into the 19th, sea charts began to reflect not only the accumulated knowledge of centuries, but also the profound changes brought by industrial progress and global exploration. The era of sail was giving way to the age of steam, and with it came new demands on navigation. Steamships could move against the wind, making routes less dependent on prevailing currents, but they also required precise fuel planning. A detour caused by an error on a chart might mean not just a longer voyage, but the risk of running out of coal far from port. Thus, accuracy in mapping became more critical than ever. Nations poured resources into hydrographic offices dedicated to producing official charts for naval and merchant use. In Britain, the Admiralty Hydrographic Office was established in 1795 and soon began publishing charts that became authoritative worldwide. The Admiralty charts were based on systematic surveys conducted by naval officers who meticulously measured coastlines, depths, and harbors. These surveys often took years, with teams of sailors sounding with lead lines, recording tidal patterns, and triangulating positions using sextants and theodolites. Each survey transformed local knowledge into lines and numbers on a sheet, gradually filling in the gaps of the maritime world. Other nations followed similar paths. France maintained its Dépôt des cartes et plans de la marine, producing elegant and precise charts, while the United States, emerging as a naval power, established its Coast Survey in 1807 under Thomas Jefferson's directive. The American Coast Survey began the immense task of mapping the Atlantic seaboard, a project that combined science, mathematics, and the labor of countless field parties. For decades, men camped on remote beaches, lugging instruments through marshes and forests, all to fix the position of a single lighthouse or inlet on a chart. The result was a slow but steady increase in confidence for sailors, who now had charts that reflected real measurements rather than inherited guesswork. At the same time, voyages of exploration pushed chart-making into new frontiers. Expeditions to the Arctic sought the Northwest Passage, while others mapped the Pacific in unprecedented detail. The charts from these voyages recorded not only coastlines, but also currents, wind patterns, and even notes on local peoples and resources. A single sheet might include a careful sketch of a reef alongside remarks about the friendliness of an island's inhabitants. The fusion of geography, oceanography, and ethnography gave charts a richness that extended beyond navigation. By the mid-19th century, the introduction of lithography revolutionized the production of charts. Unlike hand engraving, which was laborious and expensive, lithography allowed faster and cheaper printing, making charts more widely available. Mariners no longer had to rely on rare copies or worn manuscripts. Instead, they could purchase updated editions printed in larger numbers. With wider distribution came the expectation of standardization, and hydrographic offices strove to maintain uniform symbols and conventions. A sailor trained in one navy could increasingly read the charts of another, a silent step toward international cooperation on the seas. Yet despite these advances, the dangers of the ocean persisted. Many coastlines remained imperfectly charted, and hidden rocks or shifting sandbanks continued to claim ships. The wreck reports of the era often blamed inadequate charts, spurring further surveys. In response, the practice of issuing notices to mariners began, allowing ships to update their charts with corrections before new editions could be printed. This constant cycle of observation, correction, and republication underscored the living nature of cartography. It was never a finished project, but an ongoing dialogue between the sea and those who sought to traverse it. Beyond the practical world of sailors, sea charts also found a place in the imagination of the public. Illustrated atlases, wall maps, and globes became prized possessions in homes, schools, and offices. They evoked curiosity about faraway lands and pride in national achievements. A British family might trace the roots of explorers on an Admiralty chart, while in America, merchants studied coast surveys to plan shipping ventures. For collectors, charts were more than tools. They were symbols of progress and gateways to the wider world. In literature, too, charts appeared as motifs of adventure and mystery. Novelists described heroes poring over faded maps, setting out on quests to discover lands hinted at by dotted lines and uncertain coasts. Even as charts became more scientific, they retained an aura of romance, whispering of uncharted waters and undiscovered places. By the later 19th century, the growth of international trade, telegraph communication, and colonial empires made accurate sea charts indispensable. Steamships crossed oceans with predictable schedules, carrying mail, passengers, and cargo at speeds unimaginable in the days of sail. But such precision demanded reliable navigation, and behind every voyage lay the work of cartographers, surveyors, and printers. Their labor rarely drew fame, yet without them, the arteries of global commerce could not have flowed. Thus, the long journeys of sea charts continued, shaped by both the restless energy of human ambition and the timeless challenge of the sea. As the 19th century unfolded into its latter half, the evolution of sea charts became closely linked with the age of empire, global commerce, and the rapid spread of scientific knowledge. More than ever, maps and charts were instruments of power. enabling nations to control sea lanes, secure colonies, and project influence across distant oceans. The hydrographic offices of the great maritime nations worked tirelessly, not only to provide charts for their own fleets, but also to assert their authority on the seas. British Admiralty charts in particular became widely used, even by ships that did not belong to Britain, for they were recognized as among the most reliable and comprehensive. Captains from merchant vessels in far-flung harbors often carried bundles of these charts, their margins filled with handwritten notes and corrections gathered during voyages. Each new edition improved upon the last, incorporating countless reports from sailors who had sounded depths or sketched a coastline under difficult conditions. The collective effort of thousands of anonymous mariners fed into the official repositories, and in this way, the sea chart became a living record of shared experience. In this period, technology also began to change the way charts were produced. The advent of more precise surveying instruments, such as improved sextants, chronometers, and later the use of telegraph time signals, made it possible to fix longitudes with far greater accuracy than before. No longer were charts plagued by wide discrepancies between different sources. Instead, they began to converge toward a consistent and reliable representation of the Earth's coasts. Even the deep ocean, once thought immeasurable, came under the scrutiny of surveyors who used sounding machines to record depths far beyond the reach of traditional lead lines. With these devices, entire submarine landscapes were revealed, ridges, trenches, and plateaus that hinted at the complexity of the ocean floor. Although the full science of plate tectonics would not come until the 20th century, the outlines of undersea geography were already being inscribed on charts, adding a new dimension to the mariner's understanding of the waters he sailed. Steamships, by now the dominant force on the seas, imposed their own demands. They required not only knowledge of coasts and harbors, but also detailed information about coal stations, prevailing winds, and currents. Global shipping networks depended on accurate planning, and errors could prove costly in both money and lives. Hydrographic offices expanded their publications to include sailing directions, tide tables, and pilot books that complemented charts, creating a comprehensive library of navigational knowledge. A captain preparing for a voyage could consult not just a sheet of paper showing the coastline, but also written advice on approaches to harbors, dangers of shifting sands, and recommendations on seasonal weather patterns. These combined resources made navigation more systematic, reducing some of the uncertainty that had always haunted seafarers. Meanwhile, international cooperation in chart-making slowly gained ground. Conferences were held to standardize symbols and to encourage the sharing of hydrographic data. While political rivalries persisted, the common dangers of the sea fostered a spirit of collaboration. Notices to mariners circulated across borders, ensuring that corrections to charts could be disseminated quickly. The beginnings of what would later become the International Hydrographic Organization were laid in these exchanges, as sailors and scientists alike recognized that the oceans belonged to no single nation and that safety required common standards. Yet even in this era of increasing precision, sea charts remained works of artistry as much as science. The careful lettering, the shading of coastlines, and the embellishments of compass roses continued to lend them a beauty that appealed beyond their practical use. In drawing rooms and studies, framed charts adorned the walls, admired not just for their utility, but for the sense of adventure and wonder they evoked. A guest might pause before such a chart, tracing with a finger the outlines of Africa or the islands of the Pacific, imagining voyages across those distant waters. Thus, the sea chart occupied a curious place, both a technical instrument for mariners and a symbol of exploration for those who never left the shore. In literature of the time, charts frequently appeared as emblems of mystery and discovery. Tales of hidden treasure often began with the discovery of a crumpled map marked with an X, while serious novels used charts to underscore themes of human ambition and the unknown vastness of the world. Even for readers who had never set foot on a ship, the idea of a chart suggested journeys, secrets, and horizons beyond the everyday. By the close of the 19th century, the production of sea charts had become an organized and large-scale enterprise, blending the patient labor of field surveys with the growing capabilities of industrial printing. Each new chart represented not only a practical guide for navigation, but also the culmination of centuries of accumulated knowledge, distilled and arranged for the benefit of those who faced the sea. And yet, despite all the progress, the ocean remained what it had always been: unpredictable, powerful, and humbling. No chart, however detailed, could guarantee safety. It could only reduce uncertainty. In that balance between knowledge and mystery, the long journeys of sea charts continued, carrying with them both the achievements of human ingenuity and the eternal reminder of nature's vastness. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, the journey of sea charts entered yet another phase, one shaped by both technological innovation and the demands of modern warfare and commerce. Ships were larger, faster, and more reliant on precision than ever before. Steam had given way to steel hulls, turbine engines, and vast fleets that could circle the globe without pause. But with this new scale of movement came an even greater need for accurate mapping of seas and coasts. Hydrographic offices worked constantly, revising charts to reflect not just coastlines and harbors, but the details of undersea telegraph cables, navigational lights, and ports that had sprung up in newly industrialized regions. A chart was no longer a simple depiction of land and water. It had become a dense record of human activity across the oceans, a kind of living ledger where trade routes, military bases, and submarine obstacles all had their place. At the same time, scientific methods of chart making reached levels of precision unimagined in earlier centuries. Sounding machines had improved, now able to plumb the depths with steel wire and weighted devices that returned not only measurements but also samples of the seafloor. These samples told stories of sand, silt, and coral, which were carefully recorded by surveyors and translated into notes on charts. Gradually, the mystery of the deep ocean floor gave way to patterns and contours that suggested mountain ranges, valleys, and plains, hidden beneath thousands of meters of water. Oceanography was emerging as a field, and its findings intertwined with the work of chart makers. For mariners, this meant a better understanding of where currents shifted, where hazards lay, and where safe passage could be relied upon. Yet the first great test of modern sea charts was not commercial, but military. When the First World War broke out in 1914, navies across the globe depended on hydrographic knowledge to lay mines, maneuver fleets, and guide submarines through hostile waters. Charts became classified documents, guarded closely and revised frequently. A single error could spell disaster for a convoy or a battleship. Submarines in particular forced a new appreciation of undersea geography, as the contours of the seabed provided both refuge and danger. Secret editions of charts were issued that marked submarine nets, minefields, and restricted waters. In this way, the old function of charts as guides for exploration and trade was temporarily overshadowed by their role in strategy and defense. After the war, however, the maritime world returned to its pursuit of commerce and communication, and charts once more expanded to reflect a growing global network. Merchant shipping boomed, carrying everything from coal and steel to grain and textiles across the oceans. Airlines too, though at first confined to short distances, began to adapt the logic of navigation and mapping for the skies, drawing inspiration from the long traditions of marine cartography. The principles of plotting courses, measuring distances, and accounting for currents found new life in aviation charts, though adapted for the winds rather than the waves. This was a reminder of how the culture of sea charts had shaped not only the oceans, but also the very idea of how humans moved through the world. By mid-century, further innovation reshaped the field yet again. Echo sounding, using pulses of sound to measure depth, replaced earlier mechanical methods. A ship could now travel at speed while sending continuous signals into the depths, recording profiles of the ocean floor as a line across a roll of paper. Entire seamounts and trenches that had previously been guessed at were revealed in striking clarity. Soon, vast undersea mountain ranges, such as the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, came into focus, altering scientific understanding of the Earth itself. The implications were profound, feeding into the eventual development of plate tectonic theory. But for chart makers, the immediate concern was how to incorporate this deluge of new data into usable maps. Cartographers worked tirelessly to balance precision with clarity, ensuring that charts remained practical tools for mariners, while also serving as repositories of cutting-edge science. Alongside these technological strides, the artistry of charts endured. Though printing presses now produced millions of standardized sheets, the act of compiling them retained elements of craftsmanship. careful engraving, the placement of symbols, and the arrangement of lettering still mattered, for a chart needed not only to inform, but also to be read at a glance in conditions that were often less than ideal. A captain in a storm, glancing by lantern light, depended on the legibility of every mark. Thus, even as machines expanded the horizons of knowledge, the human touch and design remained essential. The Second World War brought another period of intense military use, where charts again became critical instruments of power. Amphibious landings, submarine warfare, and long-range naval campaigns all depended on accurate hydrographic data. Special charts were created for specific operations, showing beaches, tides, and underwater obstacles in exacting detail. Allied efforts to map coastlines in preparation for landings in Europe and the Pacific were vast undertakings, sometimes involving covert surveys conducted under enemy eyes. These efforts underscored how profoundly charts could influence the outcome of global events. And yet, once peace returned, the sea chart resumed its broader role in guiding the expansion of trade, travel, and science. The merchant fleets of the post-war years, together with rising numbers of passenger liners and eventually recreational vessels, all drew upon the same reservoir of hydrographic knowledge. The long journey of the sea chart was not yet complete. It was merely evolving again, preparing for the age of satellites and electronic navigation that was soon to come. By the middle of the 20th century, the transformation of sea charts entered what could be described as a digital dawn, though the word itself had not yet taken hold. Mariners were already accustomed to carrying bundles of charts, bound in folders or stacked in drawers, each chart covering a segment of coast or ocean. These charts were essential but also cumbersome, demanding constant updates as new editions were published, because no voyage could be considered safe with outdated information. The world's oceans are dynamic. Sandbars shift, buoys are repositioned, harbors are dredged, and political boundaries alter the labeling of coastal waters. For centuries, sailors had relied on notices to mariners, small printed updates that could be pasted or annotated on existing charts. But in the mid-20th century, as global commerce and naval operations expanded in scale, the challenge of keeping these vast libraries current grew overwhelming. It was in this environment that early electronic navigation began to make its mark. The introduction of radio navigation systems, such as LORAN, long-range navigation, gave mariners the ability to determine their position at sea by comparing the time delays of radio signals transmitted from fixed stations. This was revolutionary, for it meant that a navigator no longer needed clear skies to observe stars with a sextant. With LORAN, a ship could know its location in fog, at night, or even in storms. Sea charts adapted to this new reality by incorporating overprinted grids that corresponded to radio navigation coordinates, a blending of traditional cartography with electronic precision. Yet this was only the beginning, for soon satellites would alter the picture entirely. Even before satellites rose into orbit, the work of hydrographic offices continued with renewed vigor. Governments invested heavily in mapping coastlines, not only to serve commercial shipping, but also to support military ambitions during the Cold War. Submarines patrolled beneath the seas, nuclear-armed, and capable of crossing oceans without surfacing, and their safety depended on detailed knowledge of undersea terrain. Charts now recorded submarine canyons, seamounts, and trenches with unprecedented care. Entire fleets of survey vessels operated quietly, sending sonar signals into the deep, compiling data that filled endless cabinets in hydrographic archives. It was meticulous, patient work, often unheralded, yet essential to the functioning of global strategy and commerce alike. At the same time, the civilian side of navigation saw parallel developments. Commercial airlines, by then carrying passengers across oceans on jet aircraft, had borrowed the very language of charts, creating aeronautical charts that mirrored the clarity and utility of their maritime ancestors. This cross-pollination between air and sea underscored a broader truth. The logic of chart-making, once confined to wooden ships and coastal voyages, had become a universal language of movement. By the 1970s, another leap forward arrived with satellite positioning systems. At first limited to military use, these systems gradually evolved into what is now known as GPS, the Global Positioning System. In its infancy, GPS was not yet available to every ship, but the very idea that a receiver could calculate its position anywhere on Earth within meters was astounding. Mariners had long relied on careful observation, dead reckoning, and endless vigilance to estimate their path. But GPS promised certainty at the push of a button. Sea charts, once again, adapted. They began to be produced not only on paper, but also in electronic forms that could be displayed on screens. The term Electronic Chart Display and Information System, shortened to ECDIS, became the standard, and with it the centuries-old craft of unfolding a paper sheet under lamplight gave way to glowing monitors on a ship's bridge. Still, the essence remained unchanged: to provide a mariner with knowledge of where he was going, and what dangers lay between. The long journeys of sea charts thus entered an age of hybrid existence. Paper continued to be printed, partly as a legal requirement, partly as a backup, and partly because many navigators trusted the tangible presence of ink and paper more than the flicker of a screen. But alongside them grew vast databases of digital charts, updated automatically via satellite links, ensuring that a captain in mid-ocean could be as current as the hydrographer at a government office. This was a revolution not only in accuracy, but also in accessibility. Small vessels, once excluded from the expensive world of official hydrography, could now benefit from affordable electronic charts and handheld GPS devices. Fishermen, yachtsmen, and even recreational sailors could navigate with a precision once reserved for the navies of great powers. It democratized navigation, spreading the legacy of centuries of chart-making into the hands of ordinary people. And yet, for all the marvel of electronics, one cannot ignore the persistence of the human tradition behind it. The symbols used on digital charts are the same as those engraved on copper plates centuries earlier: the anchor marking a harbor, the dotted line of a shipping lane, the stippling that shows shoals. The continuity is remarkable, reminding us that even as technology changes, the language of the sea chart endures. Every line drawn today carries echoes of those who once sketched coastlines from the deck of a caravel or measured depths with lead and line. The story of sea charts in the 20th century, then, is not simply one of modernization but of integration, where ancient practices merged with the newest sciences to create tools that were both timeless and utterly of their moment. As the 21st century unfolded, the long journeys of sea charts entered their most transformative chapter, a time when digital systems became not just a supplement to paper, but the dominant form of navigation itself. Ships of every size, from immense container carriers stacked with thousands of steel boxes to small pleasure yachts tracing coastlines, now carry electronic chart display and information systems. These glowing screens integrate chart data with radar, satellite signals, and weather overlays, providing a constantly updated picture of the maritime world. Where once a captain bent over a chart table with dividers and pencils, plotting courses by hand and adjusting for compass errors, today officers tap a screen and watch a digital route appear, complete with automatic alarms if the vessel strays too close to shallow water or restricted zones. The safety improvements have been profound, reducing groundings and collisions, and allowing vessels to travel with fewer crew yet greater confidence. Still, behind this technological ease lies the centuries-old labor of chart making, for even the most advanced electronic chart must be built upon surveys of the sea itself. Hydrographers continue to send ships across oceans, deploying sonar beams, autonomous underwater vehicles, and satellites capable of measuring minute variations in sea surface height that reveal the contours of the ocean floor. The data streams into vast digital archives where algorithms process it into charts that can be transmitted instantly to ships anywhere in the world. This is a remarkable continuity. The same purpose that drove medieval sailors to scratch coastlines into parchment now sustains global systems of digital navigation. And yet there remains a tension, for paper charts, though increasingly rare, are still cherished by mariners and required in many jurisdictions as a backup. The feel of paper, the ability to spread an entire voyage across a table and see it at once, gives perspective that no screen can fully replace. Many captains speak of a certain reassurance in tracing a finger across a physical line of coast, knowing that generations before did the same. In this way, the legacy of sea charts persists in tangible form even in the digital age. At the same time, charts have expanded beyond professional mariners to enter the everyday lives of millions. Smartphone applications now contain nautical charts, allowing casual boaters to navigate rivers, lakes, and coasts with tools that would astonish even naval officers of the 20th century. This democratization has made chart knowledge accessible, blurring the line between professional and recreational use. It reflects a larger truth. Charts are no longer just about commerce or conquest, but about the human relationship with the sea itself. They guide fishing boats seeking sustainable harvests, research vessels tracing climate change in polar waters, and humanitarian missions delivering aid after storms. Each of these relies on the quiet authority of a chart. Moreover, the role of charts has grown in the global effort to protect marine environments. Modern charts often mark not only dangers to navigation, but also zones of ecological importance, marine reserves, coral reefs, and habitats for endangered species. This reflects an ethical evolution, recognizing that the sea is not merely a space to be traversed, but a world to be respected. In this sense, charts have become instruments not only of movement, but of stewardship, binding the navigator to the larger health of the planet. Looking back across the centuries, the journey of sea charts tells a story of persistence and adaptation. From the uncertain sketches of coastlines on medieval vellum to the pixel-precise displays on a ship's bridge, the goal has remained unchanged: to bring order to the vastness of the sea, to transform the unknown into the knowable, and to give sailors the confidence to venture outward. The tools may change, but the longing to explore, to connect, and to understand has never faded. Every line on a chart is thus a trace of human determination against uncertainty. And so, as ships cross oceans today guided by satellites and digital charts, they are also, in a quieter sense, guided by the hands of countless predecessors who once looked at the horizon with fear and wonder and drew their best attempt to capture it. The long journeys of sea charts have not ended, for the sea remains dynamic, changing with tides, storms, and shifting sands, demanding that charts evolve forever. But they have reached a point of global integration where knowledge is shared almost instantly across nations and fleets. It is a fitting conclusion to a saga that began with fragile parchment and ink, a testament to the enduring human desire to map the unknown and find our place within it. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with Sleepy Whisper. May your morning, when you wake, be filled with good fortune, gentle peace, and success in your work. We will meet again tomorrow night here at Sleepy Whisper.